Let's get divorced from reality for a couple hours, shall we? Burp. Test 1 2.
Test 1 2.
Normal talking voice. When I start shouting, it's crazy.
Test 1 2. Normal talking voice. When I start shouting, it's crazy. Test 1 2. Normal talking voice.
There we go. People watching in the background already. Good. Nasty. Get a little snail bit on the beard. Alright, here we go. Ready? We'll take you. Who are the random 2 people watching this? Okay then. Huh? Oh. Cool. Let's spam that quickly. I'll actually get the stream going. Bora, what's up? Great. Allergies are allergying today. Thoughts on socialism? Don't know a lot about it. What kind of things would you like to discuss about it? Bora Bora, I don't think anyone invented humans. If you've got a reason, I should think someone invented humans. I think it could be one of those like a Prometheus type situations. Alright. See, that's what I mean about the parry in this game. That was a clear parry. What is the timer window though? Let's try again. That was a parry as well. It's just unsuccessful. Maybe it's the shield I'm using. Go on. Ah, he's ticked. He said, wait. Lost the Ember as well, what's up, Dag? No. What is a spiritual being? What is a spiritual being, and why should I think they exist? Aims for more equal distribution of sources. I mean, I ain't got no problem with that, of course. I think there are different types of socialism, just like there are different types of capitalism, if you will. There's like an overarching understanding of what these things are, or like these economic systems, if you will. Or sometimes, so I don't know, like capitalism and like communism / socialism all seem to overlap in terms of economic policies and like actual political ideologies. So, and that's me knowing very little about it. You know, what the hell is an unseen entity? You mean like a corporation? Like, what do you mean by that? I mean, that's an interesting view, Kita. I wouldn't necessarily say Earth is our god, but Earth is definitely super important, and it's our home for sure. Yeah, but again, give me a reason to think that the spiritual world is actually a thing. Who cares what I identify as or with? All I want to know is that I'm engaging with something that's real and true. So why should I think that the spirit world is real and true? Okay. So how do you know it was a possession, and how do you know like there was an entity there to possess anybody? What's the deal with socialism in Norway? No, it doesn't, Harry. Not everything has a creator, bro. As to be fair, most things don't have a creator. Not in that sense. It's kind of it's a very simplistic view. Yeah, it sounds like a power surge, Keita. In fact, like the only we gotta see if this audio is like super fried. The only frame of reference you have for something being a creation or being created is when humans create stuff, bro. Now, animals tend to move stuff about in their environment. We could consider like making a nest or making a dam as a beaver or something as a creation. But it doesn't seem like they're moving with intention in terms of making tools to produce things that didn't exist before. Animals tend to just move things around in their environment. The only creatures that actually create things that weren't before, or sometimes like intangible things too, like concepts, is humans. We're the only thing that creates stuff. And we definitely didn't create much in terms of our physical realm. So when you look around, you're like, oh, the world is a creation. Like, give me a reason to think that's the case. Because all the information says that the world just comes about from a natural process. So, yeah, a bit the Earth or the universe is not analogous to a building that humans make. It's not the same kind of thing. Right? It's like a category error kind of thing going on there. It's not the same type of thing. Who knows, bro? If I grew up in Africa, I may have been overthrowing your country right now, something like that. Who knows? Like, I don't have the power to operate in alternate futures, but we can all imagine things, couldn't we? Like, who knows? Dat Dolo, no, I don't even know what is meant by supernatural. Really, how it's used. I'm not really sure what that means. Do I sleep? Sleep. Who sleeps? Of course I slept. I had a pretty decent sleep too. What is an unmoved mover? I don't know. Why don't you tell me? You like hint into some kind of Aquinas argument, maybe. Yep, sure am. I am a trucker indeed. I'm a mother trucker. Bro, Trump's got how long left in office, bro? He can't even overthrow Iran. How's he gonna overthrow a whole continent? Get real, bro. He's getting beaten up by guys that are throwing 20,000-pound drones at him. He's got no chance. Talking about. You know, America has hardly won any wars they've ever been in. You realise that, right? So, I'd think again. And Mango Man died for your seeds, as you were. Good, man. How are you? Got a little bit of hay fever, sniffles. But once the day levels out, so hopefully they will. You have to do your Googles, Nolan. You have to do your Googles. Oh, mate, this area is annoying. Nah, Fillmore, that doesn't follow. That's non sequitur. Yes, it's true, matter is in motion, but that doesn't lead to a god. It's like you just like jumped way ahead of yourself, buddy. Why don't you walk us through the steps of your reasoning? What's up, Matthew? Escoili, are you sure it's not you just saying that you love me and you always love me? You just using the name Jesus to hiding your emotions behind Jesus. It's okay for you to love me and always love me, but I mean, it's like that guy like goes up to a girl like, my friend thinks you're really nice, you know. Like, who's your friend? Are you idiot? Why are you using Jesus to tell me that you love me? Like, he could tell me himself, surely. He's got all the power in the world, hasn't he? I'm joking. No, I've got no reason to think there is a beginning mover. That's what I'm saying. Like, you're making some fallacious arguments here. Walk me through your reasoning. It's up wonderful. Exactly. She knows what's up, I think, so she. I'm not sick, bro. It's called hay fever. You know, one of those one of those human things that an intelligent designer forgot to work out of the program. So they're like, hey, why are plants attacking you? Don't know. But I appreciate that. Thanks for your concern. Really practicing those care ethics. Alright, these guys are overwhelming. I'm the person who you're staying on the stream to watch. So if you want to tell me something, you should think about telling me in a way I'd understand or believe. Otherwise, why are you here? That's who I am. Just a guy. Yeah, some of the greatest minds in history don't believe in God. So what's your argument? Like, you guys are very simple. You're simpleton, with all due respect. No, it doesn't need something to move it, right? Not at least in the way you're describing it, as in like a being or a mind. And again, walk me through your reasoning. Why do you think that's the case? Yeah, so I'll put it to you like this. I don't mind having a conversation about how the universe may or may not have started, right? But the existence of the universe and how it came to be has nothing to do with your God. So as long as you're aware of that, we can have that conversation. You're literally pointing to the universe because you have no evidence of your God actually existing. So as long as we establish that, then we can talk about ideas of how the universe comes around. Oh, I didn't know that, Dag. Well, in a way, yeah, you're probably right. But again, I don't know enough about it to really have a good, like, understanding. But, like, some of the people I have heard talk about, like, socialist type of values do tend to mix in a lot of communist type of ideas too. But again, this has come from someone who's not well studied in this, so my view on it could be completely wrong. So, I hold my hands up to that. I could be absolutely off the mark. So what's an otherworldly entity? These are kinds of things that you should probably question. People just say stuff. No. I think you just spawned here. Because you didn't exist until a few seconds ago, but I don't think everything that's living just spawned. Earth popped out of nowhere. Are they even teaching you guys at school anymore? Like, what is going on? Like, what the hell is going on, bro? Like, what are they doing in school now? They're probably just giving you like iPads and shit, just watching YouTube videos and shit. Like, what are they teaching you in school? Like, what is the point? What is the actual point? Like, what are you even? Oh my god! No, the universe didn't just spawn out of nowhere, right? Neither did the Earth spawn out of nowhere. Right. All of these things took place in what's called natural processes. I can't be bothered to give you an explainer, right? But in simple terms, no, it didn't just spawn out of nowhere because there's no God. Right? Sorry to say. Ironically, even if there was a God, right, the universe could come about in the same way that it's described as coming about. Various different models of the Big Bang Theory. The Earth forms from the aggregate, well, as like an aggregate of dust and stuff pulled together by gravity. There's specific terms that they use for these kinds of things, which again I can't really be bothered to get into because it's not my job to. Oh Lord. But yeah, even if a god existed, the universe could still come about through natural processes as it did. Right? You're just a bit goofy, so it's a waste of time to explain this to you. But anyways. Yeah, you can't use the universe as proof of your God's existence, man. It's too early in the morning for this shit. It's too early in the morning for this shit. Let's just keep it light for now. No, I don't think something can come from nothing, but the idea and the belief that something can come from nothing is a fundamental Christian belief, hence why people think God created the universe. That fundamental Christian belief is called creatio ex nihilo, something out of nothing, right? That's a fundamental Christian belief that comes from the creationist myth. They think God created the universe out of nothing, from nothing. Okay? But me, a non-Christian, a non-creationist myth subscriber, I don't think something can come from nothing. Okay? There is always something. In fact, the idea of nothing is just a linguistic term to point to the absence of a specific set of things. But if you actually examine the world on a galactic level and a quantum level, there is always something. But right, believers don't care about reality, they care about fantasy, so they think things can come from nothing. Okay, in simple terms. Yes, I am just saying stuff. That's how words work. So that's how your voice works. That's how communication works. Man, this place is rough. I think I should just run through it. There's no point. These guys just keep respawning. Where's my proof that God doesn't exist? Well, put it to you like this. We have like ample evidence that humans invented gods. Every god you've ever heard of, actually. Right? Plenty of evidence that we invented gods. Whereas we have little to no evidence that gods exist. Well, let's be frank. We have no evidence that gods exist as independent agents capable of having any meaningful effect on our reality. That being said, some of the various concepts of God that we know about entail what's called contradictions. Contradictions can't be true, therefore they don't exist. Contradictions like being outside of space-time and matter, but creating space-time and matter. If your God entails contradictions like that, then we can be sure it doesn't exist. Just like a square circle doesn't exist, okay? But that's a waste of time explaining that to you, because you're just a random avatar, you're not really here to learn. Okay? So, as the stream goes on, we'll start bringing up visual aids to help with the explainers, and like the trolls and the clowns and stuff like that will fall off, and then we can actually get into the subject. But as at the moment, probably got a bunch of kids just scrolling through saying, "My dad told me God's real, therefore God's real," like, all that kind of stuff. But yes, if your God concept, which all gods are primarily abstract concepts, entails some kind of contradiction in it, then we can be sure it doesn't exist. Okay, so it's not my job to disprove God, so I'm telling you that humans invented God, and that's called an explanatory claim, which we'll get more into later. I'll walk you through the exact phases and how we can match it with history through archaeology and anthropology and cognitive science, which we'll go through. But yeah, most of you have this view that you can't prove or disprove gods. No, most of you cannot even prove a god, right? But you can disprove most types of gods, to be frank. No, sorry, not most of you. None of you can prove a god. But anyways, I'm distracted. Why would I be trying to prove a god when I'm telling you humans invented them, you donut? It's like, what are you talking about? That's your job. Have you forgotten what you're doing here? It's literally your job. I mean, yeah, he must have made Malteser eggs, right? Because that's an atrocity. It's an atrocity. I'm joking. Like those little like Maltesers on their own aren't too bad. There's these like in England we have these things called celebrations or heroes. I can't remember which one it is. And inside of those like little like collection of chocolates, there's like this. It's like a round type of Malteser, which is pretty good. It's not like the thin one, not thin like hollow Malteser. It's like solid. Those are pretty good. But imagine a Malteser Easter egg is literally just cheap chocolate and a hollow shell. So like the point of it being a Malteser, which is like I think is it like Horlicks or something like that, isn't even going to be in the Easter egg itself. It's just going to be the tasteless chocolate. So I maintain it would be an atrocity. No, I didn't ask you to listen to me. Like, bro, you're just a random person scrolling. TikTok has decided that this is the content you like, so it's brought you here. That's about all there is to it. But I don't think you should listen to me about anything if you don't want to. Who gives a damn? It's not that deep. Better question would be, how many of you have read a book since you left school? What book would that be? Hopefully it's not just a fantasy or fiction book. Historical proof, like exactly. You haven't even like I hate when that happens, man. Like, literally. Like, so we're already on the Jesus conversation, given that it's Easter weekend. Look, there is no proof Jesus was ever born miraculously, did miracles, or resurrected. There is no evidence of those things taking place. In fact, Jesus, as talked about in the New Testament, is largely myth. Now, if we was being charitable, like from an actual historical perspective, we could say that there was a guy called Yahshua ben Joseph or something like that, which was just a normal human being, what's called an ideologue, who was politically active in the Jewish world. Right? He is not the same guy as Magic Man Jesus Christ. Okay? But it's possible that they built the stories of Jesus around that character. But yeah, there's no proof, no historical evidence of resurrection. There's no historical evidence of divine birth. No historical evidence of walking on water, curing the sick and the blind. There's no evidence of any of those things. They're what's called stories, okay? And at best, you could say they're allegorical or metaphorical. No, actually. Why do I even give these random avatars any credence? Like, sometimes in my mind, I'm like, why am I arguing with an idiot? Like, just relax, man. So just relax, just enjoy the stream, bro. Like, you have no idea what you're talking about. No, there aren't any eyewitness accounts. Like, you idiots, bro. Have you read your own book? What the fuck are you talking about? Anyways, the Shroud of Turin is a work of art. And it wasn't even produced in the same period where Jesus supposedly existed. Okay, so like, you guys are dumb, man. This is why religion has lasted so long. Dumb as fuck. Anyways, how to gain muscle at 14? I don't think you should really be training. That might be a myth, right? That my older brother and them told me when I was younger. It's like it would stunt your growth. Not realizing genetics were already gonna determine how tall I was going to be anyways, right? But just eat food, right? Because you're a teenager. I wouldn't say stress your body too much because you're still growing, right? Make sure you eat food, make sure you sleep, and I think maybe just like a very simple regimen of calisthenics should be fine until like your body's prepared to start lifting weights. Yeah, exactly, Koyo. Because to be fair, like, there are a lot of teens that have been ushered into bodybuilding too young, and it could be like very dangerous to their health in terms of influence. The substances people are taking, the type of stupid training that they see on Instagram and stuff like that. So I'd say be careful. Don't think about like going trying to do heavy weights and stuff like that yet. Just get a good calisthenics routine. Strengthen your body naturally first, and then move on to machines, cardio, like dumbbells, barbells. That's you're like what's called your compound lifts: squat, bench, deadlift, ab training. Keep it simple, keep it sweet. Study the Bronze Age bodybuilders, Silver Age, Golden Age. And yeah, just eat food, bro. Make sure you get a high protein intake as much as you can from your parents. Try avoid eating lots of carbs and snacks and stuff. Now, just like side note, your brain runs primarily on glucose, so it is important to get sugars, but the right kind of sugars, because it will make you crash and stuff like that. It's a lot of information to take in, but you asked, right? So yeah, when I say carbs, like obviously potatoes, sweet potatoes, they're good, right? Sweet potatoes better than white potatoes, but I'm saying like cereals, crisps, or if you're in America, chips, stuff like Twinkies, cakes, biscuits. Those are bad carbs that you should try to avoid. They're like limit them. Like I'm eating bad carbs right now, right? But it's a minimal amount. I think we should just start the game again and just approach the DLC on the second playthrough. What do you think? Because this isn't really making progress right now. It's just running around in circles. I was having an argument with someone the other day, right? In like Europe, they use the Americanized understanding of crisps. They call them chips, right? And they call some countries in Europe call biscuits cookies, like the Americans as well. And I was like, no, bro. There are so many different types of chips. There are like chocolate chips. There are chip shop chips, right? There are wood chips. Like, there's so many different uses of the word chips, which aren't crisps, right? But anyways, right, you don't really care. When I say humans invented God, right, it's what's called an explanatory claim. I feel it has explanatory success because it covers the how and why, in some instances the when and the where. Now, what fields or background information would we need to be able to make claims like this? Well, it's three things primarily. Archaeology, that means it pertains to artifacts found in the ground left behind mostly by humans. Anthropology, the study of human histories and cultures, religions, rituals, etc. And cognitive science, the study of the brain, how the brain does what it does, why it does what it does. So using those background fields of information, I've got a hypothesis that has three main phases to how humans have created gods historically. And all god concepts follow the same evolutionary trajectory within these three phases. So to just brush over it lightly before we get too deep into it later in the stream, the three phases are this. The first phase is assigning agency to celestial things and elemental things. Celestial things pertain to the sun, the moon, planets and stars, okay? Things like solar eclipses, things like lunar eclipses. Elemental things pertain to earth, wind, water and fire, and mixtures of these, let's say, forms of nature like hurricanes, volcanoes, tsunamis, thunderstorms. Okay, that's the first phase of God creation, and it's done with a cognitive theory called hyperactive agency detection device. That's just basically humans assigning agency or a mind, in simple terms, to abstract things or observational things. Phase 2 is abstract, my bad, right? So phase 2 is abstraction, right? And that's done for psychological reasons, to give certainty where there's uncertainty. In phase 2, you move beyond observational things like a thunderstorm into abstract things which are completely conceptual, like love, war, death, magic, creation. These things are abstract and not tangible in terms of holding them. You can express them. And at that phase, we start to deify these abstract ideas because they begin to give answers to how the world works. And in phase 3, we move to anthropomorphizing. So we start to stack phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. And that gives us the types of gods we have today. So in phase 3, with anthropomorphizing, is when you start to see pantheons pop up in all civilization. And these pantheons come in the form of gods who have human features. I'll walk through it in way more clarity in a minute, but just to give you an overview of what we'll be talking about. So there are three main phases again: assigning agency, abstraction, and anthropomorphizing. The anthropomorphizing part of it is done for what's called societal cohesion, to be able to mobilize people under an ideology. But every god concept you've ever heard about goes through those three phases of evolution. So if you think about the genealogy of the God of the Bible, he starts as a storm warrior god called Yahweh. Right? That's a phase 1 and a phase 2 type God. Leading up to his transformations, the various different transformations, the mixture of El Elohim with Yahweh becoming God the Father, then God the Creator, then Triune Configuration God, then 3O God. There's various levels of evolution based on the concepts that humans are attaching to the God. Right? But the primary God of the Bible is a God called Yahweh. Okay. Starts off in the same way as a god like Zeus, a god like Thor, a god like Shango. Why is that it overlaps? Because it's based on a phase 1 God creation, assigning agency to something elemental. Right, but anyways, it's too early to talk about this kind of stuff. I need a coffee. Right, but yeah, we started the game again. So if you missed it last night, we completed the game for the first time. It seems like people may have leveled up as well. Dub. I've heard the word used, but I'm not quite sure what it's about. You can tell me if you want. So what kind of miracles are we talking about, Charlie? Me personally, right? I think the idea of miracles is like kind of paradoxical. So miracles are supposed to be something that breaks sorry, I got distracted by chat. That breaks with natural laws, right? But it's supposed to be done with divine intervention. Now, the irony is, if you observe something or witness something that breaks the natural laws as we understand them, then that event now gets added to the realm of possibility of natural occurrences, right? The only thing left to do would be to prove the divine intervention portion of it, which no one's ever been able to do. So, in terms of miracles, how people just throw around the word miracle, it's not actually... You wouldn't actually expect a miracle to happen. That's the point of it. Because if it does happen, then it's no longer a miracle. I'm maybe not explaining that properly, but yeah. Anyways, let's get some water. Get a coffee in a minute. Favourite Souls game? Well, Dark Souls, I really enjoyed 1, the remake of 1, but Souls games would be Elden Ring. Exactly. So if we put it to you like this, right? Give you this little spiel, right? To be a believer is to be in a catch-22. The more you define God, the less likely it is to exist based on the attributes you assign to it or would be expected from those attributes. The less you define God is the more synonymous it is with non-existence. Now, this creates like a kind of dichotomy of two schools of thought. On one end, with the close to non-existing God, you've got what's called philosophical gods, things like pantheism. And on the other end, with the highly defined God, you've got things like biblical gods, right? Or the God of the Bible, God of the Torah, God of the Quran. Okay, now if you was looking to present evidence for either one of that spectrum, right? Let's say you're trying to present evidence for the God of the Bible. You're not looking for miracles per se, right? You need to meet a certain level of criteria, because the type of evidence you'd want from a biblical God would be empirical data. It wouldn't just be a straight rationalist type of proof, right? So within that basic criteria, something that would be necessary is that it would have to transcend the culture or the religion. It would have to transcend cultures and religion, right? So it couldn't just be for a specific group of people, favorite people. Yeah, it would have to be mind independent, so it can't just be something that occurs just in your mind. Right? It would have to be measurable, and it would have to defeat all other competing hypotheses. Like, there's just some standard kind of criteria you need if you was going to present an evidence for a biblical type of God. Now, on the other end, where you've got your philosophical types of gods, okay, you can present things that are called logical proofs or syllogisms. I'm not sure if I'm using this correctly, but it would be the type of God you're describing would be entailed in your theorem, right? But the syllogism is how you would deliver a proof of that being a successful theorem. Might be wrong about how I describe that, not a philosopher, but they're the two different schools of thought on what gods are. Between those two schools of thoughts, you've got a spectrum of types of gods, from henotheistic, polytheistic, deistic, dualistic, animistic, monotheistic, all different types, pantheistic, panentheistic, right, within the spectrum. But if you was to break it down into very simplistic terms, you've got your empirical type of evidences for gods, and you've got your rationalist type of evidences for gods. But people try to conflate these things, right? Just like, for instance, you could a priori reason to an uncaused cause, but an uncaused cause isn't synonymous with a biblical God. Like, they're not the same thing. But people mix and mangle these ideas. But that's a different conversation. You don't really care about that. Yeah, so... What are you talking about, MRD? Man is part of nature, bro. We arose from the same natural processes as everything else you see around you. No, it's just a little bit of hay fever. Gonna have a coffee in a minute. Rough. I mean, I'm undecided about that whole free will thing. I think the arguments for determinism are really, really strong, versus just like this it's like standard view of people just having choice, and choice being synonymous with free will. From my view, choice is not synonymous with free will. Like, true free will would entail choices, but choice and free will are not synonymous. Like, a standard non-philosophical definition of free will would be the ability to act free from the constraints of fate or necessity, and the secondary definition would be at one's own discretion. Right? That isn't the same thing as being able to choose stuff. Right? For instance, in a deterministic, like a closed system, I think that's the right way to put it. In a closed, like, deterministic system, you can still have plenty of choices because the parameters are already defined, just like this game. Right? The parameters are already defined, being the coding, but within the game's coding, it allows me to make choices about what armor I'm going to wear, how many combinations I can come up with, of thousands into the millions. Right? But the parameters are already predefined. The beginning is predefined, the ending is predefined. What the character can do in terms of the realms of his physics are already predefined. Right? So they would be, like, the game itself would be deterministic. So arguments like that for our reality kind of match up as well. Within our reality, all of these parameters are predefined. Right? We can make choices within these parameters, but the choices aren't synonymous with having free will. An example of what this kind of free will would look like is being able to act uninfluenced by anything that's happened before. Sup, carp, right? And I don't think a human that we know about is capable of acting uninfluenced by anything else, right? And that's keeping it within the laws of physics still, right? But yeah, I don't know, right? Like I said, sometimes I like the idea of free will, as like a cope, so I don't like succumb to nihilism and stuff like that. But the reality is, there's just not really enough evidence to say that anything has free will. And what would make it worse on the topic of theology, if a God exists, then we couldn't have free will. Right? And not in like the typical, God sees everything, therefore, no. It would be in the way like this. If a God exists that's all powerful, then our will as individual humans can never overpower its will as an all powerful God. So anything that would happen, could happen, is because it wills it and not us. Right? So that puts another spanner in the work of free will, in the cogs of free will. But that's just an opinion, right, from a non-philosopher. Ooh. But even within like that subject of free will, there's lots of schools of thought on it as well. There's like hard determinism, which is like all things are already patterned and there's nothing you can do. Then there's like compatibilist views or libertarian views. It's quite complicated. So it's actually for actual philosophers to look at, not religious people, theologians and stuff like that. It's like actual philosophers and scientists, of course. I mean, when you think about it, right, humans are the god of gods, ironically. So when you say playing God, you're really just like, you're more speaking to an egotistical thing that's happening within you, right? You don't like the actions, the thoughts, the things that someone else is doing, and you feel like they're acting from an authority that you don't possess. So you kind of project that onto them and say that they're trying to play gods, right? But the reality is humans define what gods are. Humans conceptualize gods and created gods anyway, right? So if some put it like this, the god that you subscribe to is actually the creation of another human. So by virtue of that, that human that created that god and that religious system is actually your god, another human, right? Which is interesting to think about. But yeah, people say that, oh, stop trying to play god kind of thing is more of like a nod to what's going on with their psychology. Although people like are super arrogant, you know, they do crazy things, they get power hungry, power crazy, that is a reality. But the idea of playing god just really comes from that. I've not heard about that, Freddie. What is that about? So what is haram, bro? Explain to me. What does haram actually mean? I've heard that used many times in life. What does haram actually mean? Actually, right, no one would be speaking like that is the problem, right? Because humans create gods, it's always humans speaking for gods. Gods don't speak for themselves. Haven't you noticed that? When has a god ever spoke for themselves? If a god spoke for itself, it would put all of these religious conversations to bed, right? It is literally always, at all times, humans speaking for gods. Humans create the gods, they write the stories about the gods, and they go out saying that, you know, God does this and he doesn't do that. God did this last night. God did that, right? It's always humans speaking for gods. That's the thing that you're not realizing. Again, you've got like some authority issues, so that's why you're hung up on that. But yeah, it's literally always humans speaking for gods. It's never not. Yeah, I've heard that. I heard that the music thing is haram as well. But like, here's a very like interesting thing. Right? If you want to like annoy your Muslim friends, be like to them, all right, so you guys ain't allowed to listen to music, right? And he's like, no, not all Muslims aren't allowed to listen to music. It's something to do with some specific hadiths or something like that. But let's just speak in general terms. You're not allowed to listen to music, right, or do music because it's the devil's work. Why do you guys sing your prayers? Well, we don't sing our prayers. They're not, bro. Every prayer, Muslim prayer, is sung with musical notes on a musical scale, right? So prod them on that one and see where it takes you, right? You're not allowed to partake in music, yet you sing your prayers. Right? It's very interesting, but yeah, that's a side conversation that you don't really care about. Thanks. I'm gonna block you too, just to make sure that you stay blocked. But it's not a serious conversation. It's just for fun. But reality is, they do actually sing their prayers. Don't let them finesse you, right? It's musical notes moving about on a scale. So explain it to me, Freddie, right? Because you're saying things, but I'm not really understanding what you're meaning. I'm gonna put on a kettle quickly. This guy rambling about trying to aura farm. Whoop, did he hit him? No, not all singing is good, but some of the like Muslim prayers do sound good, right? Because it's on a, I forget, it's like not Mixolydian, but it's a specific type of scale they use in the Arab world. Right? They sing notes, right? There's no two ways about it. It's singing. If you're not speaking in monotone and you're going up in tones and octaves and back down, you are doing what's called singing. Okay. But no, just because someone is singing doesn't mean it sounds good. But some of those prayers do sound good, right? Just from a musical point of view. I forget what Arab musical scale is. The melodic mode's called makamat. I don't remember learning about that in college, but or Locrian scale. Yeah. Well, I'm assuming you logged into whatever device you're using, you started scrolling, and that's how you got here. I'm just assuming. I'll be honest with you, Freddie. The things you're saying sound to me like apophenia. They don't sound like anything coherent at all, or they don't read like anything coherent. Hey, thanks for hitting that like, bro. That dude, Mickey, I don't think that's true. I think that's your interpretation of what love is. Right? And different cultures have different ideas about it. She's asked me to go kill gods. And I will oblige. No, I'm joking. Yeah, so the only consistent thing about what humans describe as love is the biochemical aspect of it. Right? But across cultures, across languages, concepts change, right? All those things you've included into your view of love about accountability and those kinds of things, that's based on your perception and your personal concept of what love is, or whoever's taught you that. But the only shared kind of thing across humans is the biochemical aspects attached to the idea of love, okay? But there is no consistent codified idea of what love is. Individuals have different understandings. Some have a greater understanding than others. So hence why we live in the type of effed up societies we do live in, because many people don't understand what love really is. Okay, not to be too dramatic or too romantic, but most people don't have an idea of what love is. Just like most people don't have an idea of what morality is and ethics. So this is why they operate from these very shallow places. Yeah. Nah, I don't think that would be a proof of God, Charles, bro. It just sounds like something creepy. Quite good arms. I do. What's up, Anonymous? How you doing? So. Same, bro. Alright, so how do we actually get out of here? Let's see what we got. Nope. No, sorry for like the lip smacking sounds on the mic. I'm, like partially chewing food left over and like sniffles from hay fever. So I mean, yeah, that's one interpretation of what Jesus was saying, but I think those kinds of ideas would be more attributed to the Yahshua character than the Jesus Christ character. Because again, like everything you're hearing about Jesus, or Jesus has been like reported to have said, is coming from the mouths of other people, not actually him himself. Okay, and a lot of these things are being written after the fact, after his alleged demise and resurrection. So those things considered, that part that you're talking about religion not actually being valid would be akin to like the ideologues kind of views that the Yahshua character would have had, which is just a reasonable view, to be honest. But he was still himself under like the Jewish rule in terms of how they operate. So even he wasn't operating outside of the bounds of religion himself. After all, he apparently studied under John the Baptist, apparently had disciples of his own. So he's just really another cult leader himself. But that's a different conversation too. Yeah. So yeah, what you're saying, Koya, about the feelings more pertains. Well, feelings are something, right? So just like a step backwards, right? So emotions are something that happen to your body biochemically. Feelings is how you frame those emotions through your personhood, meaning your experiences, your past memories. Okay, those emotions are the only shared thing across the human species. Those emotions are biochemical, based on external stimuli, right, and that producing chemical reactions in you. Right? So the various concepts. So like think about it like this: love is an abstract concept, like God is an abstract concept. They both start out as empty containers. But in order for love to be anything meaningful and for God to be anything meaningful, you must fill the container with other concepts. So within a concept like love in the English language, you can have relational love, sexual love, sensual love, brotherly love, family love, agape love. Right? And within these individual concepts, they entail specific acts and, you know, like specific kind of cultural norms, okay? But the only thing that transcends the language and the culture is the biochemical aspect to what people assign the concept of love to. Things like oxytocin, serotonin, adrenaline, neuroepinephrine, right? These are biochemical things releasing and mixing around in your body when you're introduced to certain stimuli, when you're close to someone that you like, right? You know, during these different types of situations, whether it's familial love or sensual love, okay? The only shared thing across human cultures is the biochemical reaction, because the language and the concepts change person to person, culture to culture. But the only thing that's kind of the same is your anatomy and how your anatomy functions. Okay? That's why, but in that aspect, the fact that you attach your anatomy to the concept of love makes it categorically different to God as a character. Right? But in the same sense, it's just an abstract concept. Right? Bro, so why don't you define the spirit for us and where we can find it and how we can be sure it actually exists and all those things before we can have a serious conversation about it. Of course, there are plenty of contradictions in the Bible. You've never read it, obviously. There are contradictions even in the tellings of Jesus from different gospels. Right? So it's riddled with contradictions, and then don't even get started on the doctrines that have been added to the interpretations after the fact. There's loads of contradictions, bro. Alright, so I can't remember how to get out of here. There's something I need to do. Let's try that direction. Wait, the shop lady's here already. Oh, so everything's moved over from the last game. That's not true, actually, that donkey, right? As I said earlier on, everything you know about Jesus Christ is coming from the words of other people. They're not actually him himself. Right? So as far as like how all religions form, they form first as cults, and once they reach a critical mass, they get accepted by the governing bodies of the time and get sanctioned to be what we call religions. But as like a side analysis from my point of view, right, there are only three religions, and those three religions are based on imperialistic values which come from the Abrahamic faiths. Okay, Jesus as a character, right, you can't really, to me it's nonsensical to critique him as a person knowing that he's a fictional character. So what does make sense is to critique the literature, or the literature surrounding ideas of the character. But to critique the character itself like as if it was a guy, to me doesn't make sense, because it wasn't a guy, right? The Jesus Christ character with all the myths, right, is not the same as the Yahshua guy, which was a guy. Hopefully that makes sense. But yeah, in terms of the cultic ideas, right, if you wanted to characterize Christianity very rough, like not rough but just like a bit abrasive, right, you could say it's just like a what's called an apocalyptic death cult hates babies, right? It's very hard to say, right? But when you actually start examining, what does that mean? Apocalyptic meaning they're waiting for the end times, right? A death cult, why are they a death cult? Because they've organised themselves around the human sacrifice, okay? Why do they hate babies? Because they've decided that all men are born sinful without doing anything, okay? Even though the sinful idea is an addition by Augustine, okay? Cannibalistic too, you could say that, right? But and again, if you wanted to critique it from like let's take a step back from our familiarity with the culture, right, and say, all right, let's just be objective about this. What does Jesus represent? A virgin sacrifice, right? Huh? Yes, the sacrifice for all sacrifices, a virgin sacrifice, okay? No different to an Aztec cultural ritual of throwing a virgin into a volcano or whatever. It's the same thing done in a different way, okay? You wouldn't be able, like, if you're not sensible, you're not able to listen to what's being said, your emotions are all tangled up in it, then you won't be able to understand what I'm actually saying. But in reality, if you was to step away from it, from your the cultural relativity of being around Christians, among Christians, or Christian yourself, the objective view is exactly that. It's organised as an apocalyptic death cult around a virgin sacrifice. Hence what this whole weekend is about. Right? Anyways, how do we get out of here? Maybe the door's up there. I think that I agree with that, Dickie, right? I think like the idea of agape and martyrdom is ultimately egoism, right? As much as people try to create an inversion, say, oh, it's being done for other people, it's usually being done to be seen as a savior figure, or in another way as like on the same level as the big other, right? So you're not there to be seen because you've made the sacrifice for other people to live, kind of thing. It is primarily egotistical, right? It's about you, even though you're acting purportedly or reportedly on the behalf of other people. It's still primarily about your own personal ego, how you'll be seen, how you'll be idolized or immortalized for your act of self-sacrifice, essentially, right? But as rough as it sounds, humans are selfish and all things come back to the I, just me. But yeah, I don't respect martyrdom or self-sacrifice either. I think it is stupid. If you actually want to help people, you'd do a lot more help if you was around, right? Like there's a guy who said before you consider throwing your life away, unaliving yourself, decide to live your life for a disabled child or something like that. Just go and dedicate your body to them. Like anything they need to move, you be that, right? Before you throw away your life, kind of thing. Ideas like that, okay? Now, it's easier said than done because depression is real and reality can be overbearing, but things like that are things worth considering, okay? And in the same way, the guy that's going to go, unalive himself and at the same simultaneously unalive hundreds of people in some tea attack, okay, he could be, instead of him throwing his life away in that capacity, he could do something constructive, You know, things like that to consider. But anyways, how do we get out of here? Thank you. Is it this bonfire? Wait, what? I was looking for a door all this time. I am the door. Is it going to be an item? I think it's likely an item. No. There we go. Be praying to Mike Tyson. That's funny. Mike Tyson is a modern god of war. So in some ways, people do pray to Mike Tyson already. Just like Goku is a modern god of war. So, ancient churchianity, obviously you have a very skewed understanding of what atheism is. I think you should read a book that is like an attack on atheism by a guy called, I forget his name, but the book is called 7 Types of Atheism. Even within that, as like scathing as his critique is of atheism, he still doesn't boil it down to such a silly point of view. Okay, the primary reality of atheism is the lack of belief or the disbelief in God or gods. That's all it is, right? Once you create a god, you create the negation of the belief in a god. So that is what atheism is primarily. Now, if you add that to other people's philosophical, political, and economical views, right, you can be like an egoist atheist, like Max Stirner or Ayn Rand or like Friedrich Nietzsche, right? Or you could be I don't know, some utilitarian type of atheist, right? I think it's not like John Locke, John Smith, all those kinds of people, right? I forget their names, right? But once you add your atheism to your other views, it's when you get to characterize it as what you've characterized it, like some selfish personal thing. But the idea of atheism on its own is just a disbelief in gods or God or gods. That's it. Right? It doesn't have a doctrine. It doesn't have a worldview. Right? Anyone that was ever born after the invention of God was born an atheist. Okay? So you live in a skewed type of us versus them world when it's really just you versus you, if that makes sense. Yeah, I guess. True, you could be a monist and an atheist too. All those kinds of things. Like any number of views, right? Even certain types of theological views are compatible with atheism. For instance, you can be a Christian atheist, right? You could be a pagan atheist. You could be a Jewish atheist. You could be a Muslim atheist, right? Any number of views are compatible with atheism, even within like theological frameworks. You can be a pantheist atheist. Right? It's not that deep, but yeah. I wouldn't say that's true, right? Again, that's just another type of view, Paul, but it's not. It's obviously not true. Atheists, atheism is literally just the disbelief in God or gods. You may run into an egotistical atheist, or you may run into an intelligent atheist or a dumb atheist. Right? So it's just it doesn't really account for those kinds of views. It's just a conclusion, right? That you're either. Yeah, I'm wasting my time. I'm really wasting my time, bro. It's just arguing with ignorance. Guys, if we could please tap that screen up. Let's get some people in there and just lock in on the main conversation in a minute. But yeah, don't get me wrong. You're entitled to like have your views about people, right? Just like people are entitled to have their political views, economical views, etc. But if you're looking to have a conversation in terms of like a reasonable exchange, then it'd be best to like hold that kind of view to yourself, you know, because we could all make scathing critiques on other groups of people. Some would be more valid than others, though, to be fair. Comparing Son Goku, no. So when I said a god of war, right, you missed the like the context of the conversation, right? So if you go to certain gyms, right? Actually, forget a gym, right? I'm a child that grew up watching Dragon Ball Z. The very first time you watch Dragon Ball Z, so I'm a kid who grew up watching martial arts movies, lots of Jet Li, lots of Jackie Chan, lots of Bruce Lee, right? Lots of brand kung fu movies. The kung fu world and the martial arts world was massive in the 80s and the 90s, and that is around the time when Dragon Ball Z and Dragon Ball was written and produced, okay? So when Dragon Ball Z first hits TV, it's chocked full of martial arts. That's literally the journey that Goku, Krillin, Gohan, Yamcha, Piccolo, or everyone that's in the base Dragon Ball Z is going through. They're in a martial arts tournament, going through training for specific reasons, okay? So how people view the character as Goku, separate character Goku in Dragon Ball Z from Son Goku, the Monkey King, right? They represent each other through Chinese mythology, right? But when I say he represents like a god of war kind of figure like Mike Tyson does, right? He represents the embodiment of martial arts and training, okay? So people who practice martial arts look up to people like Goku, people like Mike Tyson, people like Bruce Lee, people like Jean Saint Pierre, whatever his name is, Anderson Silva, etc. You go to certain gyms, right, martial art gyms or weightlifting gyms, you will see murals to Goku and Vegeta. You will see murals to Mike Tyson, Muhammad Ali, etc. So when we was talking about it in the context that you heard earlier on, right, people look to them as a type of god, as like a figurehead that represents the embodiment of this thing. Same way you'd look at Thor as the embodiment of lightning and thunder, or Shango as the embodiment of lightning and thunder, right? Or your favourite war general as the embodiment of war, right? Akin to Apollo. Okay? That was what was meant by the context. Okay, but again, if you don't understand, you don't understand. Anyways. Right, so what we got going on here? Let's have a drink. What's up, Enigma? Maybe we'll beat this guy at some point today. Probably going to require some leveling up. Yeah. Clapped. So why don't you explain to me why my view is dumb? Because my view is well substantiated. But one could argue your view that you think God is real is dumb because it's not substantiated. But go on, explain it to me. Ah, yes. The enlightened ones. I'm joking. Yeah, I got a Bible. I think I got a couple Bibles. If you was asking me anyways. Bro, like, this is the thing, right? A God could absolutely exist and have nothing to do with Jesus, have nothing to do with your religion, right? All of your religious views, this is like why you kind of get trampled on, like, and treated like someone of low intellect, because these views about Jesus and Christianity have very little to do with the actual existence of gods, if they do exist. Your religious views pertain to the cultures you come from and the cultures which produce those views. Okay? And that is it. A God could exist and have nothing to do with Jesus or Christianity or Islam or Judaism or Hinduism or Buddhism. Like, it could be any number of configurations. Again, you know very little about the concept of gods or theology or basic theology. Okay? There are various different types of gods and configurations of gods, right? Within the frameworks of configurations that humans have put together. What are those frameworks of configurations? Monotheism, one all-powerful God. Polytheism, many gods. Henotheism, one singular God, but other gods are acknowledged to be in existence. Pantheism, God is the universe. Panentheism, God is in us but beyond us, right? Dualism, two opposing cosmic forces. Animism, spirits that inhabit nature, right? Various other ones I can't really think of, right? Those are the conceptual frameworks or the configurations which individual gods slot into, right? The current understanding of a god, or the most basic plain understanding of a god in 2026, is a disembodied mind, right? An immaterial spirit, sometimes responsible for creation. So in a more philosophical view, it'd be called the three O God: omniscient, omnipotent, omnibenevolent, right? A god that takes on those characteristics could in fact exist and still have nothing to do with Christianity. Right? So discussing your religion has very little to do with the actual existence of a god. It's just things that are talked about in your religion. Right? Luckily, right, the reason why it's a religion is because there's a piece of God in it. But if you actually read the Bible, very little of the Bible has anything to do with God. It has a lot to do with humans and human stories. But that's another conversation. Omni shit. He's basically Omni-Man, right? From Invincible. That's basically who he is. What do you mean his story is about God's life? Are you saying God's living? Right? That would be a very specific type of God, right? And if God's alive, then that means God can die, right? And if God's living, then that means God began at some point and he will end at another point. These are things that are worth considering when you say shit. Okay. And again, as we discussed earlier on, you can debunk a whole bunch of gods by the contradictions that are entailed in their concept, or how they're defined, how they're devised. So it's part of the reason you can know that shit doesn't exist. At least not like that. Anyways. Okay. I gave Mimic the wrong weapon. Flipping out. That's a contradiction, Sin. That's exactly what I'm talking about. That's literally a contradiction. Space and time are inextricably tied together, right? So you can rule that one out, right? But in order to create something, right, for something to begin, time is a necessary prerequisite. For anything to change state, go from this to that, time is necessary. So you can't be outside of time and create time. It wouldn't make sense. That would be a contradiction. Okay? That's why we say, yes, you can debunk a lot of gods, right? But that's another conversation. I keep saying that. I'm just like brushing it off today because I don't give a shit. You can if you're God, but then again, like, since God is a fictional character, an abstract concept that only exists in your mind, you can assign these contradictory thoughts to it, just like you can have a square circle in your mind because you want it to be there, right? You can't actually see it though, can you, right? Just like you can't actually see God. So but I want the square circle to be true. Fine. Draw it. But without being too ridiculous, yes, like all gods are primarily concepts. They come from the minds of men. There's no god you've ever heard about that did not come from the mind of men. And all god concepts that still are available to like learn about in 2026 have gone through an evolutionary process. They went from being very simplistic types of observations put forward from humans and built into these very abstract and elaborate concepts, which we describe today, like someone was nodding to earlier with classical theism. We didn't start out with that view on what gods are. The first types of gods came from observation, right? Assigning agency to things like elements and celestial bodies. Okay? Then after moving beyond observation, we started to begin the process of abstraction. Right? What are you talking about? We're not having a debate. You're saying things, you're asserting things that you cannot prove, and you're asserting things based on theological claims, not scientific ones. So it's no debate to be had. You're just telling me about your beliefs. I can tell you about beliefs all day, but what difference does that make? It's about what we can demonstrate to be true. So it's not a debate. Don't get effed up. I think we're gonna need to level him up, get his stats so his block don't get completely broken. Yeah. Damn it, man. This boss is pretty rough. Slapped. What's up, Kansas? What's up, Lurks? What do you mean too lazy to explore the God concept? It's literally what this conversation is about, right? Go look at the number, and this is episode 235. So definitely not too lazy to explore the concept of gods, how they come about, how they function, why we think they exist. All these types of things is the point. When I say humans invented gods, that's what's called an explanatory claim. And I say it has I think, from my point of view, just to be humble about it, I think it has explanatory success because it explains the how and the why, and in some instances the when and the where. Right? Per my hypothesis, there are three main phases of God creation. Phase 1, assigning agency to elemental and celestial things. Phase 2, abstraction for psychological needs. Phase 3, anthropomorphizing for societal cohesion. Then stacking combinations of these things together to produce different types of gods. If you go through human history, what are the background information we'd need? archaeology, artifacts left behind by humans; anthropology, study of the human culture and human society. Okay. Cognitive science, study of the mind, how the mind functions, why it does what it does. We can put together an inductive case that demonstrates humans are the ones that have been inventing gods this whole time. So this isn't something I'm too lazy to explore. Right? I clearly acknowledge all different types of gods rather than just one. Right? But you just met me, so what do you know? Anyways. No, we might actually have to go level up this character. Yes, we definitely did make up the concept of the word, there's no doubt about it. Let's just see what happens if we just try to tough it out. Oh, that's what was wrong. So yes, for some reason, my character takes too long to get back up. I've noticed it like primarily in the DLC. Ah, that's what it was. Roll into him. Cool. Ah, squandered. Whew. I'm done with your silly accusations, bro. You actually want to have a conversation. Anyways, what are we saying out there? Yes, there is a claim on the screen, and as I said, it's called an explanatory claim, and it has explanatory success. If you're watching on a vertical stream, you need to come to the main channel, which is Culture Crack, on the main TikTok, which is Set West 10, because I'm about to start putting up visual aids and walking you through my explanatory claim. Alright, so let's do that for a minute before we go into this next boss fight. I try not to do this too much because, you know, people who come to the stream regular has got this information on lock by now, but the new people just don't really know. So every now and again, I gotta like say it all again. I'm trying to figure out a way to say it much quicker, but I can't give this too much attention these days. So when I say humans invented God, it's what's called an explanatory claim, right? I feel it has explanatory success because it explains the how and the why God concepts and God beliefs come about, and in some instances the when and the where the God concepts and beliefs come about. It also has predictive power because it accounts for God concepts and beliefs that you might encounter in the future without having to posit the existence of any supernatural entities. Of course, it's very difficult to prove and define any supernatural entity at all, whereas it's very well substantiated and supported that humans devise God concepts and God beliefs. Okay, so what are the evidence bases you'd look for to back up a claim like humans invented God? Again, the three fields of study primarily would be archaeology, artifacts left behind by humans; anthropology, study of humans and human cultures, right, societies; and then cognitive science, right, study of the mind, how the mind functions, why it does what it does. So, as I said before, per my hypothesis, there are three main phases in God creation, and as far as I'm aware, all the God concepts I've come across so far fulfill these three phases and mixtures of these three phases. Phase 1, assigning agency to elemental and celestial things. Phase 2, abstraction for psychological needs. Phase 3, anthropomorphizing for societal cohesion. Right? So what is the device that allows humans to assign agency to things? Right? It's called, or it's codified by this guy called Justin Barrett, as something called hyperactive agency detection device. I'll read the overview for you, then I'll give you some examples of how it functions and how it was used to create gods. Okay. Hyperactive agency detection device, also known as HADD, HADD, is a cognitive theory suggesting humans have an evolved, built-in tendency to quickly attribute events and movements to intentional agents, e.g. people, spirits and gods. It's done to enhance survival, even when none exist. It acts like what's called a mental smoke detector for threats, which explains beliefs in the supernatural and feelings of being watched. Okay, so I'll give you an example of how this built-in subconscious thing is still used today. You're laying in bed, you hear a bump in the night, right? What that is your body receiving external stimuli, right? In the instance of sound, right? The sound is the external stimuli. Subconsciously, almost instantaneously, as that sound reaches your ear, your mind starts to work and it assigns agency to that sound. Now, how does that work? When you hear that bump in the night, you're inclined, if you're just like a normal, healthy-minded person, to say that bump in the night might be a thief breaking in. It might be a family member rummaging around. It might be the dog or the pet. Okay? Now, if you're more like superstitious-minded, you might say that bump in the night is a ghost. It's a spirit. It's a devil. It's the God. It's God giving me a sign, right? You could assign it to all of these weird other things that you don't really have true background information for. That is how we still make use of hyperactive agency detection device today. How it was used in ancestral environments. Jim, hypothetical Jane, foraging for berries in a forest somewhere. Jim and Jane see a bush rustling, so they get visual stimuli and auditory stimuli. So they see it and they hear it, okay? The bush is rustling. Jane takes off running as soon as she experiences this feedback loop of the information hitting her brain. Why does Jane take off running? Because Jane has assigned agency to the bush rustling. By her running away, she ensures her survival and the survival of her children and her genes, right? You can swap Jane out for Jim if you'd prefer, right? If you're like more patriarchal-minded. I tried to make this kind of balance, right? Just joking. But she takes off running because it ensures her survival, whereas Jim, who freezes, lowers his chances of survival should the bush actually have agency or there is a predator in the bush, okay? So this, I'm throwing around the word agency. In very simple terms, it just means the capacity to act on your own accord, or like a mind, okay? So how this was used to devise concepts of gods ancestrally. A human, like me and you, right, less evolved, of course, part of the hominidae family tree, would have experienced what me and you understand today to be a thunderstorm. So they would have had sensory stimuli from an event, right? The sky blackens, thunder roars, and eventually they experience what me and you know today as lightning, right? The lightning strikes, it hits something, it blows it up. This is a very large act of nature which would leave a small human being in awe. What happens instantaneously, subconsciously, just like the bump in the night in 2026, is that ancestral mind assigns agency to the event of the storm and the lightning. Okay, so it says, I have a mind. I don't understand the lightning. Therefore, there must be a mind higher than mine who is responsible for that lightning, or the lightning itself has a mind and is acting on its own accord. Now, surviving that event, they go on to pass on the information about storms. You could change out a storm with an earthquake, or a tsunami, or a volcanic eruption, or a solar eclipse, or a lunar eclipse, or a harvest moon, right? Celestial bodies, right, and elemental features of the planet. Okay? They pass on the story of this event. This story becomes legend to lore, Lore, and eventually the event, the natural occurrence or the celestial occurrence, becomes deified, right? You start to create proto-religions and proto-rituals to appease the event. Why is it done like that? To ensure survival, right? They don't have the explanatory power yet to understand what it is and why it does what it does. That's phase one, how we produce elemental gods and celestial types of gods. Phase two is moving a bit beyond that into the realm of abstraction. So now we're moving beyond observation, right, which is based on external stimuli, to your psychology, right, things that are happening internally in your mind. Humans are still evolving on this trajectory, right? I don't know whether you believe in evolution or not. It really makes no difference. Within one species, you will find evolution, much less all species, right? Sorry, not much less, but the point is the point. Humans were evolving and still are. Right, so we're moving beyond observation now into abstraction. This is where humans start to look at their environment and then assume abstract things or extract views and assumptions and assertions about things, right, that aren't physically tangible. So a very simple example of what these things are, using language that we've developed today, things like love, things like knowledge, things like creation, things like life, things like death, right? These aren't things you can hold in your hand. These are not tangible observational things, right? Things you can observe, right? Observable things, sorry. Right? These are things you can express in different forms through language or through artifact, right? But you cannot hold them because they're not primary things. Okay, so at the point where we reach the capability to use what's called conceptualization and use abstraction, we do the same process of coming up with explanation for things, how they work, why they are the way they are. This serves the need of the psyche, so psychological needs. We start to come up with answers for things that we don't fully comprehend. These abstract things then go through a process of deification themselves, right? So love becomes embodied by an idea and a symbol, knowledge embodied by an idea, the idea embodied as a symbol or deity, etc. Right? So phase 1, observation. Phase 2, abstraction. Phase 3, anthropomorphizing. So we start to stack phase 1 and phase 2 with human features. Anthropomorphizing means to display human characteristics, right? So in phase 3, we stack 1 and 2, elemental things, celestial things with abstract things, and now we start to give them human nature and human form. So now they can think, they can feel, they can express, they can have wrath, they can have rage, they can create, they can display magic, they can bestow knowledge, right? Why is this done? For societal cohesion, because we're moving out of hunting and gathering into agriculture, setting up cities known as polis to civilization, right? Food is taken care of, shelter is taken care of. Now it's time to think bigger. Okay, at this point where you get Mesopotamia, Egypt, Indus Valley, Greece, right? You're seeing pantheons come about now, god concepts that embody abstraction, element and celestial, and anthropomorphization or anthropomorphizing. Okay. So on the screen is not even close to an exhaustive list of God concepts found in different regions across the world at different times. How can we have this kind of information about gods and God concepts? From what I told you earlier on, archaeology and anthropology. So we can find artifacts that humans have left behind pertaining to these God concepts, and we can study the cultures who produced these God concepts. This is how we know this information. So I'll walk you through how the 3 phases play out culturally through different regions. Ancient Mesopotamia, modern day Iraq, they produced a god called Enlil, a god of wind, air and storms. This is the Sumerian culture. God of wind, air and storms is a phase 1 god. It's observational, right? It's assigning agency to something elemental. Egypt, Northern Africa, they produced a god called Ra, a sun god and a creator god, right? A sun god is a phase 1 god. A creator god is a phase 2 god. So they're stacking things together, right? Remember, phase 1 is assigning agency to observational things. Phase 2 is abstract, right? Assigning agency to abstract ideas. Greece, Europe, they produced a god called Zeus, king of the gods and of sky and thunder. Sky and thunder is a phase 1 attribute. King of the gods is directly anthropomorphic, so it would be phase 3. Right? Where do you find kings? In a societal configuration called monarchies. So the gods are directly mirroring human hierarchy. Right? Greece, Egypt and Mesopotamia are all civilizations. Okay? So within those 3, just off the top examples, you can see the trajectory of God creations coming to form the specific examples I've given you. Right? So can go further. Norse, Scandinavia, they produced a god called Odin, god of wisdom, war, death and magic. Completely abstract, phase 2 god. Right? Also anthropomorphic because he's in a pantheon configuration. A man that embodies these these abstract things. Okay, Shiva from India, South Asia, god of destruction and transformation, right? So 2 abstract concepts that can be expressed, right? But Shiva embodies these things, okay? China, East Asia, Yu Huang, Jade Emperor, supreme ruler of heaven, right? That's directly anthropomorphic. So they're painting out a hierarchy like Mount Olympus, the heavens, etc. Right? Yoruba, West Africa, Shango, god of thunder and lightning, Yoruba religion. a phase 1 god, akin to Thor, akin to Yahweh. Okay, Thor, god of thunder, lightning. Yahweh, god of storms and war. Shango, god of thunder and lightning. Okay, so Aztec, Mesoamerica, they produced a god called Quetzalcoatl, right? A feathered serpent god of wind and learning. So you've got an animal feature in there, right? But you've got wind, phase 1, and you've got learning, a completely abstract thing, phase 2. Quite an interesting combination of things as well, to be frank, right? So you can go to any region across the world and find various different god configurations in those regions. The reason why that is because there's never been a universal type of god. It's always been humans putting forward ideas for their specific cultural needs. Because there was never a universal type of god, no human has ever gone out onto their land and discovered the god of another land. Right? Because they don't function in that capacity. They belong to the cultures that produce them, because they are primarily abstract concepts that can only be passed on through language or through artifact, or you have to develop your own version of it. Okay, and the tools, as expressed earlier in the explanation, are shared tools that humans possess. The ability to assign agency to things, the ability to use abstraction, and the ability to use anthropomorphizing. But all god concepts go through those 3 phases and mix them around and evolve as time goes on. As the Greeks start to trade with the Hebrews, you start to get more developed ideas. Put a better example. As the Hebrews start to mix more with the Canaanites, you get a more developed version of Yahweh, taking elements from El Elyon and becoming God the Father. As the Hebrews or the Jews start to mix with the Zoroastrianists, they get elements of dualism from Zoroastrianism, and then they develop what's called monotheism, one all-powerful God, leaving behind what's called henotheism, the early Israel configuration. Okay, so as people start to trade and mix with each other, they also trade ideas and update their god concepts. Just like you'll see overlaps between the Greeks and the Egyptians trading god concept ideas, things like Thoth and Hermes. Okay, various different things like that. All right, but anyways, that to be said, when I say humans invented God, it's a substantiated claim because it's supportable. Right? But as for there being evidence of gods existing independent of humans, there is none. Right? But yeah, you would say the Levant is just like, it's just a region where Europe, Africa and Asia all meet, so to speak. But remember, something you should understand as well, borders and countries are completely made up. They're abstract. Right? They don't actually... There was a... Very simply put, right, borders and countries are made up. They don't actually exist. The landmass defines what people are, like the haplogroup, the ethnicity, all these kinds of things. But the borders themselves are something psychological that we created. The country's parameters or limits is something we made up. You won't find a country on the ground. Countries live in your mind. Okay. You won't find a nation in nature. It's something abstract, psychological. But anyways. Cool. Yeet. Damn, I'm dead. Oh, we stand no chance against this guy. Oh my god. I don't know what you mean by that. Carson Jones got issues, boy. He's got issues, boy. Oh my gosh. I mean, yeah, if you can convince people that hell is real, like again, so when you're talking about like phase three God creations, right? You're moving into exactly that, designing societal cohesions, creating your proto religions, cults and temples, etc. It's done to mobilize people under like specific ideologies. Now, when we get to the when we get to the point in which we're discussing ideas of hell and heaven as we understand them today, they come from what's called like codified religions, right? And it's different people contributing different concepts, different readings, different hermeneutics, different what's the word, doctrines to a basic theology, right, to make it something more. But at that point where people are contributing these ideas, it is becoming a societal vehicle. So yes, if you can like, you're mobilizing people under ideology to ultimately expand the empire or the region in which this thing is come from, right? Whether your idea is to bring souls into the fray to save them, you're ultimately trying to expand the empire of Islam, expand the empire of Judaism, expand the empire of Christianity via capturing more people, more land, more resources, gaining or garnering more influence. So at that point where you're gaining influence and capturing minds, you can use an idea like heaven and hell and punishment and torture to control people within this societal cohesion, like assigning the power of a moral arbiter, assigning the god the power of a moral arbiter to be able to say he's going to judge you for X, Y and Z, therefore I've now created a security system for when I'm not around to govern you, you will self-govern. It's like installing software in the hardware of human minds. Okay? But to purely characterize religion as that would be wrong, right? Because the phase one creation of gods is purely innocent. It's based on not having a robust understanding of nature. But when we get to the third phase of actually developing religions, that's when you start to see very Machiavellian types of uses of theology, right? There probably was prior to that, like, you know, bamboozling poor peasants in the desert out of their goods and their labour and shit, probably, yeah, but on the mass scale you don't see it till religion really kicks off as an imperialistic vehicle. Who's throwing fire? Millennia's already dead, bro. The game is actually complete. We're just doing the DLC for the first time. I could restart the game again, but I don't know if it will also restart the DLC, so that's why I've not done it yet. Some people would argue like if the world of Tolkien stands up pretty well in terms of a fiction that describes reality, like, not to be a dick, but you could put Lord of the Rings in terms of world building right next to any religion and build out like really robust religions based on the Lord of the Rings, because I think Tolkien like studied linguistics and history and all of these things to develop the world of the Lord of the Rings. So as ridiculous as it sounds, it's not less ridiculous than stories found in the Bible or the Quran or the Torah. It's not less ridiculous as well at all. In terms of Moses actually existing, we ain't got the evidence for that. Abraham actually existing, we ain't got the evidence for that. These crazy holy battles and stuff, no evidence for that. Right? So in the same way, we ain't got no evidence for Gimli and Frodo and the dragon and all those kinds of things. But yeah, we still got like, so in the beginning of The Hobbit, right, one of the first books, he lays out a map. No, I forget what they call that place. Middle Earth, I think, or something like that. Kind of akin to Midgard, if you will, from Scandinavian view, I think it is, right? But anyways, he lays out a map, so he shows you an actual like topography, if that's the right word, and he actually develops a language to go along with it. So his own symbols and characters for this world, okay? That would be the same as developing a land mass and a language like the Hebrew language and the same kind of thing. So I know it's not good to make these parallels, but just for the sake of conversation, you could work the world of Tolkien in to a religion, right? If you wanted to. Yeah, topography is probably not the right word. Right? I just literally meant like, creating a map for land. Just like people are trying to work the world of Elden Ring into their religion. Sorry, this is a video I'm working on currently. Lots of people believe that this game is based on Christianity, which is a very weird reading of it. But the George R. Martin guy is very deep into fantasy writing and lore building, just like the people who would have wrote a lot of these mythos were deep into fantasy and lore writing too. So there are parallels, specifically when you don't find blessings, curses, magic, miracles, dragons, Nephilim. When you don't find these things actually in our shared reality, right, but find them in religious texts, then it's definitely a quite clear parallel to a fantasy novel of some kind, right? But shit, that guy's going crazy on the YouTube. He'd be better off believing in Lord of the Rings than the shit he's saying, to be honest. Right, so that being said, we're in the same situation as we were in Dark Souls 3. We can either choose to start another run or try and figure out the DLC. But it's not looking good. No, I don't think I'm a genius, bro. But I appreciate the projection. Thanks for letting me know what you think. You know damn well you can't disprove God. Which God are we talking about? Should I even have to disprove something that's not even proven? It's kind of goofy. It's the exact kind of stupid shit I expect to hear from you. I'm joking. No, not really. Like, people really don't examine where they got these ideas from in the first place. They just speak about them as if they're matters of fact, when there's clearly other humans who came up with them. You don't really understand the reasons why humans came up with them in the first place. You just report on them as if they are part of your reality, because it's just how you've grown up culturally, probably. But they're not matters of fact, right? Being the alpha and the omega is just something that someone's probably bothered from Greek culture in some way, right? But shit, if you think so, fine. But how do you go about proving that to be the case? To be fair, even the idea of being alpha and omega is kind of contradictory. If you're just simply saying, he embodies everything, then fine. But linguistically, it's kind of a bad choice. It's like saying he's everything and nothing. It's contradictory. Come on, we got to at least get him to phase 2 consistently. Psh, guess not. Need a new weapon, probably. Alright, I know I'm supposed to roll into him when he does that, but I just can't time it right, yeah. Dead. Oh boy. Dead. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? That idea of him being outside of time is also contradictory, okay? It's what you're failing to understand. It's like, oh, how can I think of another contradiction to explain this contradiction? So... What's up, football? Are dreams anything more than just brain activity? Can you give me a reason to think they are? You're losing because you're using summons. I don't think so. I'm losing because I'm rubbish. That's why I'm losing. The summons help me be less rubbish. But I think I'm losing primarily because I'm rubbish. My stats are pretty crap right now as well. By the utmost. What does that even mean? By the utmost. What does that even mean? So how much negation exactly am I going to be getting? I hate having to change my armor as well. I don't like that. Oh, we're heavy rolling. My stats suck right now. Shit, I'll be cooked if I go in there like that. Nothing is better for fire. Still heavy. That's ugly as fuck. Excuse my language. I want to try different swords. What kind of faith do I need? What do I need faith in specifically? What does a house have to do with anything, right? House isn't analogous to the universe or humans. House is literally there because humans build it. You can't presuppose the existence of God in the same way you can presuppose the existence of humans. It's just very lame thinking. Oh, houses exist, therefore God exists. No, bro. That's how that works. Alright, yeah, we're gonna need to get stamina up as well. In fact, there's plenty of evidence to suggest the universe has formed naturally by itself without any mind intervening, so I don't see what the hang up is on that one, to be honest. Oh, he got me, I'm dead. What's up, Garrett? Man, look at the perversion just spilling out of this guy's mind. Gotta love a good projection, innit? You know, most of the time when people think they're telling you about you, they're actually telling you about themselves. Right? Pop psychology. But don't worry, no one sees you. We don't really see you, bro. Love a good projection. Oh, got stuck in front of him. Shame on me. He's so wild, man. I hate that. His movement's too, like, ridiculous. And it only just gets worse as soon as you go second phase. Slapped over. Bro, this guy's obsessed, man. So anybody got an interesting point, or it's more copage? If you want to know what my personal position on the conversation is, it's this. All known gods are psychological constructs and do not exist independently of the mind. If your god requires belief, imagination or faith to interact with, it's functionally non-existent. It requires somebody devising the concept of God and imparting it to you for you to interact with, or you yourself have to devise a concept of God in order to interact with it. As far as I'm aware, there's never been evidence of gods existing as independent entities or independent agents capable of having any meaningful effect on our physical material reality. If you are the person who possesses the evidence of it being the opposite, the world is waiting to hear it. But insofar as the realm of evidence goes, we've got plenty to suggest it's humans that have been inventing gods since the beginning. Your beliefs aside, we're here to discuss what can be proven, what can be demonstrated to be true. What kind of ASMR are you interested in? I'm joking. Actually, no. I don't think at any point the conversations I do have with people is in any way evangelizing atheism. We're literally discussing God from various different angles. So, if anything, it would be more educational than anything else. Slapped. Yeah, this guy is not getting through. Man, this guy's really upset about his contradictory lifestyle. It's just like crazy projections. It's like, dude, like we can see you, you know. Like we can literally see you. Oh my gosh. Oops. Oh, that's a bar, Lux. That is a bar. I'm so cooked to this boss fight. Oh, sorry. The tune really F's people up. I'm sorry about that. This guy thought he had bars at any point. It's horrendous. I'm surprised you could even spell, to be honest. Right. Oh, actually, that was a point. I was supposed to be able to use some kind of talisman in this room. Let's give that a try next time. A lot of this fight is about stamina management as well, because his attacks deal so much. Like stagger is crazy. Summon the Horn Man. Do I have to use a specific talisman for that? Right. I think it's supposed to be something to do with this. Let's just do this as like a test. Constantly attracts enemy aggression. So that, no, that's for the mimic. I can't summon that guy. I don't think I have the thing for it. I ain't not even gonna get to use it. Ah, had the wrong button out. That could have almost worked. Bro, you've already exposed yourself. It's like, it was a cope because you realised you wouldn't be able to intellectually engage with the conversation. You exposed yourself in the beginning of the conversation, Justice. I'm sorry. But yeah, no one took you seriously from the moment you entered the chat. Just don't worry about it. Let's try that again. No, I need to switch that off. Now I'm dead. Alright, so it needs to happen in them first few seconds. Get in there, Mimic. I'm gonna have to start doing some Googles. I really didn't want to like have to look up like help for this fight, but I'm gonna have to do some Googles. Yeah, it needs to happen in those first few seconds. Ooh, someone's trying to trigger a modal conversation. Squatter? I don't know. Why don't you explain it to me, bro? I'm not a philosopher myself. He's triggering the modal cutscene. Alright, sorry for the chewing. I will spit out in a minute. Let's give this a chance. This could potentially work if I get it right. I had to be there for that block. Damn it! Didn't work. When you say choice making, what do you mean by that? These guys are cope, bro. Easy money sniper. And Bing. Well, I don't think this tactic's gonna work. Yes, I'm aware what a choice is, but I'm trying to understand what the relevance is of what you're saying. Bro, the DLC did me so dirty. They said there, just keep your points outside the out of the boss room. Stay out there. Yeah, I've heard that too. I've heard that it was Paul who invented Christianity. Oh, this whole time it's been kind of dark. Right, be right back. What's the time? Some of you just getting out of bed. Wait, I forgot to do that. Some Aryans or Sumerians? Sumerians. What is this? Excuse me. What kind of bag you get into? What's the bag? What's the works? Ah, shit! Looking like Rikishi. Yeah, some people might say that's the case, Con. Right. Let's just look up this guy's weaknesses, man. Let's stop trying to brute force our way through the game. Let's just find out how to beat him. So what we got for thrust? Rivers of blood. That's barely gonna poke him. Let's see how we do. It's 9. Slash damage, holy damage. I don't think we can buff Rivers of Blood. I don't think I ever used the Black Flame, to be fair. See if we got anything for that. No, can't use it on these kinds of swords. It's a shame. Man, that's slow. What do you mean by that question, JF? That's a very weird question. Yeah, that's not the right attack. Oh, actually, that's what we could do. We could use is it Nagakiba? Ujikatana. Yeah, we get best of both worlds. see what this does to him. If anything at all. Nah, that's weak. Yeah, but I'm gonna have to sacrifice health to hurt him now. That didn't do too much damage. Mimic's gonna use that though. Yeah, it's actually working. How would you know that, innate? I thought it's wrong for believers to speak for gods. No, not necessarily. I don't really think about things in that kind of way. Yeah, no, phase 2 is atrocious. It's very true, I'm nobody. That is very true. Now you see why it seems so fruitless doing this half the time. Yes, I'm seeing your comments. I don't believe in either. I haven't been reading what's happening in the chat over, so I don't really know, but that was an interesting statement. It was kind of odd. Oh, snap. Oh, I thought I was going to get one off. Did get one off. I think we found the combination for him now. Oh yes, this is damn near a spam build. What the hell? Oh, we're so close as well. We've got a spam build, right? He's cooked. We just need to figure out his attack pattern. He's done. Why would you call a god the father anyway? Like, those are weird things. To be fair, alright, the god of the Bible doesn't even become God the Father until they nick ideas from Elohim, which is a Canaanite god. So there's no reason to, like, in a very like Freud would have a field day with that view. Why are you calling God the Father? Like, you creep. I'm joking. But yeah, it's like, and then you got the whole big other view of it as well. It's just like, there's no real reason to bite into these ideas. If you got a real daddy, you should be okay. Maybe you got some father figures in your life somewhere. You should be alright. Alright, so yes, this kind of changes things now that we know this. We've got ourselves a builder, boys. So let's make sure we clear everything out of the way. Oh, I wonder if this will work actually. See if we can get away with extra buff. Did it work? Yes, we got extra buff. So. No, I forgot to use the rune. Alright, you got me that time. Bet the computer switches up its playstyle now. The computer's like, oh shit, I can actually get hurt. Yes, you can. Oh, that took hella health. Oof. Missed him. Oh, I'm spammed. Shit, so deserved that shit. So is the TikTok stream still going? I'm seeing people sat there, but they're not saying anything.
So is the TikTok stream still going? I'm seeing people sat there, but they're not saying anything. So is the TikTok stream still going?
I mean, I might just start banning people just in case. I think that's probably the best thing to do. Yoke of oppression. Do, 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 do. See what happens next. Why is he only focusing on me? Oh, that was a cheat. Missed him. No, I messed up. Right. Oh, I was dodging. Oh, the holy damage has gone. Snap. No! I deserve that. Damn. Look at that damage. Oh my gosh. Quickly, bro. Change his attention. No. He's done this time. Oh, I swear I used the magic. No. No, that was so close. Right. Oh, I don't do this every day anymore. I used to do this every day, but it's not very healthy. Cool. Right, so here's how we're going to do this. We're going to beat him, bro. I literally heard someone physically yell out, "No!" Talk about, yeah, you get another chance. Alright, so let's try this again. Let's use that at the last minute possible. Start getting some buffs on. Shit, wasting time. Shit. Damn it. How did Mimic end up in a corner like that? What the oh, he cheesed me. Holy shit, who's using those kinds of terminologies in the chat? Oh, how many times can you use that? I think that's probably a one and done. I'm dead. What the hell? Wasted my stuff. Oh, Schumacher glitch.
Oh, Schumacher glitch.
What's going on here? That makes sense. Quality's probably dropped. Thanks for tapping that screen. Appreciate that a lot. Alright. So when you're playing Dark Souls, the audio is mixed way louder than on Elden Ring, so that's probably why. It's just bare breathing. Let's bring that audio up a bit. What in the world is going on with the... What's up, bro? How you doing? Yeah, browser's crashing. That makes a lot of sense. Humans invented gods. All known gods throughout human history are derived from the minds of men. The reason I can comfortably say that is because we don't have evidence of gods existing independently of men. And how we understand gods to be is abstract concepts mostly. It's not like embodied entities like that, if that makes sense. When I say embodied, I mean having a physical representation. Should we waste a rune? Waste a rooney. No, let's just see if we can get better on the timing. I don't think anything created Earth. I think Earth comes around from natural phenomena. Ah, wrong button, dead. Yeah, good thing I didn't waste a rune. Literally the right, but gosh. You're right, prob. What do you mean? There's no reason to think there was a who that created Earth in simple terms. There's no evidence for that. Everything that we know about gods currently comes directly from the minds of men from different regions at different times. Yeah, some types of god concepts are absolutely copes. The more you start to try to dig into first principle thinking with gods, people's whole worldviews fall apart, so it very much quickly devolves into a cope straight away. It's just the way it is. Some things will never change. You know that song? Hey, what's up, Garrett? I didn't see that. I don't know. I don't think that Culture Crack channel gets sent out anymore. It's just completely in a annihilated algorithm. So I don't know if there's anything I can do about it, but there doesn't seem to be anything I can do about it. So I don't think anyone actually sees the videos currently. It's just like people who normally come to the stream, you'll probably see it because you often click on it. But so far as it's showing it to new people, I don't think that's happening currently. Again, I don't know if there's anything I can do about that. Well, technically, before we codified science, science has always existed alongside humans. It's just before we gave it a name, it came over actual codification of what the scientific process is. But think about it, language is a scientific invention, tools are a scientific invention, hunting, gathering, farming, all these things are scientific. Making clothes, scientific. Building a house, a shelter, scientific process. So science has always been there. But God concepts have evolved from our ancestors. Who, the first phase of God creation would have been assigning agency to elemental features of the planet and celestial bodies. So things like the sun, the moon, eclipses, comets, hurricanes, storms, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions. Those would have been the first observational foundations for what people call gods now. Knowledge is absolutely invented. Some knowledge is discovered. And actually, to be able to say you have knowledge, you need to know that in terms of what. So, before, look at it from an institutional point of view. In education, you actually only arrive at the point of like real education and knowledge when you embark on what's called a PhD program. So you're actually adding knowledge to the field. Right? That isn't just discovered knowledge, right? That's usually humans coming up with ideas and concepts and testing them to verify that they exist, and then adding it to a field of a study. Most studies at the highest level are completely abstract. They're conceptual. At the base level, most things are observational. So at the most limited view of knowledge and understanding, it's based on what your senses are taking in. At the highest level of knowledge and understanding, it's completely psychological. So, yeah, some types of knowledge is discovered, that's true. When we're talking about knowledge in general, it's something internal. Anyways, maybe I didn't explain that properly. But who cares what I think? It's about what you think. Alright, so why don't you tell me what the evidence is, the next level? What do you mean impossible nature of reality? What does that even mean? What do you mean by that? Thanks for that follow, appreciate that. Yeah, you could say, so I acknowledge, don't get me wrong, right? I acknowledge that some things are discoveries, but I also acknowledge that some things are invention, meaning they were brought about where they didn't exist prior. Okay. You know, in simple terms. So when you're describing things about our natural reality or our natural world, right, those things clearly exist and we discover them. We conceptualize them at higher levels of understanding, but we discover them. Not all pieces of knowledge or information are discovered. As I was saying earlier on, those things are you making observations about the natural world. What's up, Matthew? I forget it's morning, we've been on for a while. Yikes! At least phase 2, bro. Yeah, I'm cooked. Literally cooked. No, dead. Not yet. look at mimic. Stop idolizing false icons. I would agree, but when you say that, what do you actually mean by it? Yeah, I don't find prophecies to be proofs of gods, bro. Like, in its base form, a prophecy is just a prediction, like a mystified prediction. In order to make predictions, all you need is a large data set. A large enough data set, you can make really specific predictions about future events. So I don't take that to be a proof of God. Now, if it was a way to demonstrate that it's actually God making the prediction, then that would be close to, put it this way, it would be within the parameters of proving a God. But in terms of humans just making predictions, that's not anything super at all. What's up, Goat Man? Video man? What do you mean? I ain't got a favourite game. No, I missed what you said. Yasin, how would we investigate that claim? What would be the course of action for investigating that claim? What's up, Islamic? I don't know about, what do you mean by internal observer within us? Are you talking about your mind, or are you talking about something else? I've been on Mesmer for like a couple of weeks, but I've only been playing it every now and again. So I figured out a build that'll beat him. I'm just not being acrobatic enough to pull it off. This build should beat him. I don't know. We'll find out, Axel. To be fair with you, Ali, it really matters not what your religious text has to say. Religions and religious texts pertain more to humans and human culture from an anthropology view, and has very little to do with the actual existence of gods or not. There could be no gods and still be religions. There could be gods and them not have nothing to do with religions. So your personal religious text doesn't really make a difference. Got one. Tried to get a double. Sorry, I missed it. And Nihil, what do you mean by that? To be fair, you could say atheism and theism have always been controversial topics, but what is the relevance of the far right part? Like, theism and far right and nationalism and stuff like that have always been hand in hand. So that's not anything really new either. No, that's not how that works. The biblical version of Jesus Christ in the New Testament didn't exist in that way. That's what's called mythicism. There may have been a guy called Yahshua, like a Bronze Age / Iron Age Judaic priest. He was just a normal guy, a normal human born of a normal parent, doing normal things. He is not the same guy as you're talking about in the New Testament. The guy in the New Testament is largely surrounded by myths. I mean, yeah, you can only ever think for yourself in terms of good and bad anyways. It will always ultimately be a subjective position. Bronze / Iron Age, I'm not quite sure what the right time period is, but it's just a good rhetoric use. It's to set a picture in your mind of what we're describing. So talk about desert dwelling people during an apocalyptic, myth-filled world. Hopefully that paints the picture for you. It's just rhetoric, bro. The Bronze / Iron Age thing goes back to the Israelites, just Judaism. That's why it's described like that, I think. Ah, my sword's run out. Give me a break. I need to be able to use my weapon, man. There we go. I'm cooked. Well and truly sauteed. Oh, he's so slow on his own. I'm done. Look, I can't even get up with this armor. Golly. I mean, in some ways, but what do you mean by that, Nihil, right? One could say, the idea of nationalism and, Christian nationalism. So you're talking about, your more far-right views have always been entwined since Christendom. The Abrahamic faiths are primarily imperialistic vehicles, so they're designed to capture more resources, capture minds and people, and bring them into the fray for the expansion of the kingdom or the religion itself. Right? That being said, how it's used in modern times, you could say the far right are very akin or are very aligned with conservative values in terms of identity, traditions and systems, and the far left are very aligned with like ethics and morality. So the far left can make use of morals and ethics taken from a religious view, right? And like some of it's more like socialist politics in religion, right? And then the far right can make more use of the identity and the tradition and systems and authoritarianism found within religious structures, right? But yes, like religion and far right ideology have always been hand in hand because they operate from the same kind of authoritarian space. If that makes sense. Maybe I'm not defining what I mean properly, but hopefully that makes sense to you. But yeah, I'm not sure what you mean by far right ideology aligning with esoteric ideas. It seems more akin to the left than the right. But shit, maybe you know something I don't. Yeah, I don't think there's any proof of Pontius Pilate executing Jesus either, as far as I'm aware. I think that's a misconception. Could be wrong about that too. Is that IRS? Yeah, humans invented tax for imperialism in the first place. And then luckily, through the system of capitalism, people have managed to get off some socialist projects through that tax money to give you things like healthcare systems, benefit states and stuff like that. But yeah, humans literally invented tax too, right? To be able to like mog the people on their lands. That's like tax was initially a protection racket. That was initially what tax is. It's like, I'm not going to smash you up and your building if you pay me. So, and then it worked into like building out actual kingdoms and roads and stuff like that. But truth be told, most of the roads in England, the most famous roads, are called Roman roads because they were designed for warfare to expand the Roman Empire. So who maintains those roads now? Your tax money, but your tax money also goes to a bunch of other shit that you probably would want it to go to. But roads, yes, please fix the potholes if you could. If you're listening, some random MP somewhere, fix the potholes where I live. All taxes lead to Rome. That's a bar. Alright, it is. Alright, something I'm forgetting to do. Yes, that's what we need to do. Why am I buffing to not fight the boss? Because I'm doing something. I'm trying to figure out a build properly. I'll keep messing it up. Keep these things for later. Not going to be using that either. That should make it a bit quicker. What's the deception that's being taught? Oh, wrong button. Cooked. Yeah, bad start. Oh. 2. Good. Dead. See how that ended up with like 0 life? That's what you call a really bad start to a fight. Got him. Oh, yeah, it's true. There's a lot of coping happening. Do I have an argument? Yeah. So when I say humans invented God, that's what's called an explanatory claim. I feel it has explanatory success because it manages to explain the how and the why, in some instances the when and the where. What are the background information fields that we can make these conclusions from? Archaeology, the study of artifacts found left behind by humans. Anthropology, the study of humans, human culture, human history. Cognitive science, the study of the mind, the brain, how it actually functions, why it does what it does. Pieces of evidence pulled together from all of these three fields of studies build what's called an inductive case about humans inventing gods, whereas evidence for gods existing independent of humans is basically null. There isn't any evidence for that. But I'm not making it super educational at the minute because the stream's in a strange place algorithm wise. But yes, I do have a point to why I'm saying what I'm saying. No, wasted one. Yikes. Come on, Mimic, get in there and distract him. Damn it. Wasted it. Posture up. I hate that he focuses on the snake and not the guy. Oh, he got Mimic. Oh, what? Damn. 1L. I didn't even see that one coming. Damn. Yeah, as we've already discussed, right? There's no evidence of the Jesus Christ you're talking about being born miraculously, doing miracles, or resurrecting. There are not historical evidences for those things. Be free, feel free to go and look it up for yourself. So all the things that would make Jesus more than a mere man, there aren't evidence for those things. This guy, what's this guy talking about? Let's just ban him. Yeah. So, like the Holy Spirit impregnating Mary on behalf of God, that'd be like a miraculous type stuff. Okay, now depending on your hermeneutic reading of the Immaculate Conception or whatever. Oh, what? Yeah. So, like the Holy Spirit. I'm gonna restart stream. It's glitching. Oh no. Nope. Stop. Doing weird stuff. Alright, hopefully we're back this time. Let's leave the Twitch off. Nope. Crashed our program. Yep. Test. Test. I think we're back. No, we're still glitching. No, we're glitching. I think on the wire too. The hell is that doing? It's jarring as fuck. Can you guys see and hear me still? Apparently not. This is annoying. Apparently not. Yeah, got some issues happening on the computer. It's probably a good time to. I'm gonna beat Mesmer, I don't care. Glitch is gonna have to glitch for now. Glitch is gonna glitch. I'm gonna beat Mesmer, I don't care. Glitch is. Oh my god. There we go. It's because the two programs aren't communicating with each other properly, so it's like crashing one, like it's allocating resources to the other kind of thing. Thanks for being patient, guys. Hopefully it's back now. Okay, let's see what we got here. I can't currently see the YouTube chat. Yo, we hit 200 subscribers. Well, hey. Still alive? Still alive. There we go. Pop out chat. Alright. That should be it for now. Hopefully everything's working again. I'm gonna play the game, my computer's just crashing. I got it backwards, so why don't you explain how I got it wrong? Thanks for keeping those likes alive, Goat Man, appreciate that. Let's go. It's like filling car because it's built into their ideology. That's why religions are so they colonize basically, the imperialist vehicles. It's built into their ideology to think of themselves as superior. The saved versus the damned, the clean versus the dirty. That's why they think like that. It's a built-in mechanism. The chosen ones, you know, that kind of egotistical view. Mix that with some persecutory delusions, makes some very toxic people. He done way more damage than I did, damn it. So I don't think you're capable of arguing in the first place. You don't have a foot to stand on.
No, mother, forgive me.
Alright, why would I know that there's a true God? Give me a reason. Yeah, but Bible has very little to do with God in the first place, bro. Bible has everything to do with religion. Very little to do with God's existence. For instance, there could be a God and have nothing to do with religion. Religion could be completely wrong about it. Or there could be, as in the case that it is, that there is no God, and there still be religions talking about it. Oh, he's spamming this time. Damn it. Yeah, he was spamming that time. So what do you mean by the truth? People like to throw around the word truth a lot, but what do they actually mean by that? What do you mean by the truth? I think it wouldn't be too overdoing it to get another coffee. I'm not going to read your message. You can talk to me in the chat if you want. My allergies, bro. Well, I think I might have a cold as well. That might be part of it. Bro, if your argument is so long that you need to go send me a DM, and your argument's probably not well thought through, or maybe you don't know the argument as well as you should. You should be able to deliver it in a very succinct, simplistic way, even if the content is complex. Okay. I guess it is too bad. I personally don't believe strangers on the internet should just have access to me whenever they want. But since I'm open to speaking to you here now, you should take advantage of that. Okay, sorry for tuning the mic. Yeah, I've been to church. I was thinking about going to church the other day, just as like an observational kind of thing. But I don't know if there's any good ones to go to. Oh, slap down. I dislike you. I'm joking. Oh. Not that I'm having an issue with church. A bit preachy. That was funny. That was funny. No. Don't make this about church. It has nothing to do with church. That's called a joke, if you weren't able to track that. Now, if you're talking about the historical ramification of churches within the institution of Christianity, then there are lots and lots of problems. But if you're just talking about Joe blogs at a general church somewhere, that has nothing to do with this conversation. Who knows, right? Each individual church is probably run differently by the people who are in it. But again, that has everything to do with religion and society, and very, very little to do with the existence of gods. Bro, you gotta be so acrobatic with this, but I hate it. Oh my gosh.
In the embrace of metalsmith.
I know. We've got to build though. I know we've got to build for sure. What it might take though is a little reset. Oh, it's gonna respawn me dying. Should have waited. Impatient. Are you talking to me, Stars? Surely not. I've expressed numerous times the Bible and religion is a secondary conversation to like the existence of gods. It really doesn't matter what it says in your book. It's about what proof is there that the God itself exists. All the things you're going to find in the book come directly from the minds of men. But considering the nature of this conversation, the gods themselves come from the minds of men. Yeah, that's not a big deal, Big Harry. Metal Gear Solid references real presidents, real places, real weapons. It's just historical fiction. It doesn't mean anything. Yeah? It doesn't mean anything at all. You must always keep in perspective that your holy text is a religious book. It's written with a theological agenda. It's nothing more than that. It's not a history book. It's not like a. It's not. Maybe to some people it's a self-help book, but it's primarily a religious text, closely akin to fictional writing. Okay? So you should remember that. I think I do have a cold, but the sneezing's gone, so never know. Oh, mess around in these streets, boy. Weather has been a bit wild. What do we want to do? Let's just go in there. You guys are crazy, bro. So, what should be the significance of Easter to me, a non-Christian? You guys say the wildest stuff. It's not about historical writing. Writing something yourself doesn't qualify it as a historical text. Do we take the Iliad to be a history book? Homer's Odyssey and stuff like that? Don't know too much about animism, just know it's one of the oldest configurations. I think there are different types of animism as well, depending on which culture is using it. Right, again, right, in terms of actual history, right, talking about archaeology and anthropology and stuff like that, there is no evidence supporting that Jesus, as you know him in the New Testament, is anything more than a normal man. Sorry, yeah, it's anything more than a normal man, okay? All of the magical stuff you're talking about as Jesus, where you believe him to be part of the triune configuration, is based on mythos put inside of the book. Now, there's a separation between the character called Jesus Christ and a guy called Yeshua ben Joseph or something like that. The Yeshua dude was a normal human being, right, if he existed at all. But there's more evidence that he existed as a normal human being than not. The Jesus Christ character in the New Testament is largely surrounded by myths. Okay, so that means like the divine birth, turning water to wine, walking on water, healing the blind and the sick, resurrecting from death. Those things are considered mythology. They're myths. You believe in them because you're part of that tradition, but outside of that tradition, they're not supportable with historical evidence. Right? If you don't know that, now you fucking know. Excuse my French. Yep, I know about voice to skull technology, bro. 999, hell doesn't exist. You know, the Bible understanding of hell is a mistranslation of Sheol, and I think like not confabulation, but a mixture of 4 distinct different places. The King James version just effed it up. Okay, so it's Sheol, Gehenna, or something like that, Hades, and another place. But hell doesn't actually exist. So I don't think anyone's gonna be able to enjoy it unless you think Milton's book is real or something like that. Then cool. Cryball, I guess. But yeah, I don't think there's anything to worry about from that aspect. But yes, back to the point that someone was crying about this weekend, or what should be the significance of this weekend to me. Thanks, big up to Odin. Scandinavia is pretty cool. What would be the significance of Ramadan to a Christian, or Lent to a Jew? So like, it doesn't make any sense. He's just whining for no reason. Actually, I don't know. Maybe Jews do practice a form of Lent, or like Hanukkah. The Hanukkah. Shit, what would? I'm not to take it too far. That's right. Betelgeist. That's absolutely true. It's a fiction you carry around with you in your mind. Oh well, shit. Then the Christians learned it from them. Then, if that's the case. Ooh, that's rough. I hate how he just throws Mimic around like a ragdoll. I'm dead. Good gosh. Is that the actual year? No, I've never heard the actual year that the letter J has been pinpointed to, but I have heard that it didn't exist in that way before. Well, shows the way you think, bro. Bro lives his life for the approval of other people. Is it okay to be me? Is it okay? It's a terrible way to live your life. But can't stop you. Oh, that's not gonna double. But we're not gonna be fighting long enough to use it twice anyways. Oh. Yeah, how he just knocks Mimic over pisses me off. And when the camera moves in, you lose your like lock on. Ah, see what I mean? How the hell did that even happen?
In the embrace of method.
What wasn't the truth? What was indeed subjective? My view on this guy, who's like the weird name, Carlos. That was a subjective view on Carlos's life. But I was only making that conclusion based on how he entered the conversation. No, Jesus wasn't a real figure. Not the New Testament version of Jesus. He was not a real figure. So, sorry. The guy that did miracles, that apparently allegedly resurrected after his death, that's not a historical figure. Okay, that's a myth. No. The guy called Yeshua, like just a Judaic priest, right? An ideologue, politically active guy from that region of the world. There's probably evidence of him existing just as a normal human. But not the magic man, Jesus. That's not a historical figure. And even the Yeshua figure is still dubious to most people. So, oh, I didn't buff. Fuck it. Let's just try it. Yeah, this ain't going well. Excuse my language, by the way. Well, why don't you explain that to me, Dulcie? It was a good thing knees can bend, isn't it? So at some point in life, yes, every knee will bend. It's like the other day, yesterday I was thinking to myself, oh, look, this bathroom has no window. So if I just say, right, a room without a window will carry dust. It sounds profound, doesn't it? But it's just a matter of fact. That there will be dust in a room without a window. Right? Just like a knee will bend because it's designed to do that. Right? It's not that profound once you actually look into it a bit closer. But yeah, I guess for the sake of your feigned intelligence, I guess it sounds cool. That's a good point as well, Matthew. I mean, I don't know. He had a time skip like One Piece, innit? He went from a little scrawny kid on an island, coming back jacked, superhuman powers. Had a time skip. That's definitely it. Bro, why are you like using Epstein as if he's a reasonable point of reference for anything? Who gives a fuck what Epstein thinks? That guy's dead. Right, who gives a shit what he thinks or thought? That's not a good anchor point for any kind of information besides, criminal investigation. Gives a fuck what you thought. So like to waste your time actually going back and forth with people about like the silly things found in their religion, it's just that a waste of time. The religion has very little to do with the existence of gods. Religion has everything to do with human cultures, how humans operate in the regions of the world, their beliefs, their languages, their prose, their poetry, the foods they eat, the wars they live through, geographical facts, historical facts about their ancestors. Very little to do with the actual proof of existing gods. So it's a waste of time to me. Oh, I thought I was going to spam him into second phase. How did you jump till we invented Earth? It's hard to believe how like unimaginable, how unobtainable this level of conversation is to people that they think this way. It's ridiculous. How did your mind jump from this conversation to, oh yeah, humans invented Earth? It's a world without the existence of your God that unimaginable to you. Anyways. Yeah, you could just say Jesus was a literary device, right? Gaining wisdom in this sense would be to obtain information about life from someone else's experiences. If that character is a fictional character, it makes no difference. They serve an allegorical purpose or a metaphorical purpose, you can still gain wisdom from the story surrounding them. But as so far as it being a person and living your life as that person actually existed in the same manner as you, it's kind of silly. It's like, yeah, you could probably gain some wisdom from Kami from Dragon Ball Z or something, but living your life like that particular version of Kami exists would be ridiculous, right? Just the same way you could gain some wisdom from the stories that surround Luffy in One Piece, but living your life as if Luffy actually existed is a bit ridiculous. Okay, so not to minimize religion to anime and fiction, but hopefully you understand what I'm saying. again. Yeah, that sounds like a wise saying, right? But is it a reality in all times? Probably not. Probably not. And again, so just like as a side analysis, a lot of times when people throw out this idea of, oh, you're being prideful, it's really what they're saying is you're challenging my ego and the position in which I hold in society. My standing is being challenged by you and your actions. Therefore, I deem it that you're acting like egregious because you're not conforming to the standards I've already set on you. No? A good way of describing this is the joke that Zizek tells about the Jewish people. Right? So they're like three successful Jews. Two of them, one of them's like a banker, one's like a lawyer, and they're all on like at a shrine and they're saying, God, like, don't worry about me, God, I'm nobody, right? They're all successful, right? So they're really like powerful, successful people, but they're showing humility before God and they're saying, I'm nobody, God, don't even consider me, right? Both of them, both of the lawyer and the banker say, I'm nobody before God. But then the third Jew comes and he says, I too am nobody before God, right? But this third Jew isn't a lawyer, isn't a banker, isn't a judge, he's just a normal broke person. And the other two Jews say, who are you to say that you are nobody and nothing, right? It's the same expression of what you're talking about. You've decided that this is the position that this person in society holds. So whenever they act outside of the parameters you've assigned to them, to you they are acting prideful. But the reality is, what humility truly is has little to do with the idea of humbling people and being humble. To be humble is to have a lesser estimation of one's own self-importance. That is not a good position to be in. That doesn't benefit you as the individual, and it probably doesn't benefit your society at large. What it does benefit is the egos above you, keeping you within the position that they've established for you. But it's not wrong to say that pride can also lead to a fall. It's true, it could in some instances, but in all times, no. That's all I'm trying to say to you. Hopefully you're able to grasp that. But yeah, it's a wise saying, but it has no bearing on whether gods exist or not. Right, that's all I'm trying to explain to you. Your religious views and what it says in your text has little to do with whether gods exist or not. This concerns the happenings of man. Right, anyways, so yeah, it's really just what you're delving into is a battle of egos. Right? Who should be allowed? Who should be who should have the moral license to have the high ground? These kinds of things is what you're talking about, and that's really societal positioning. It's not actually anything to do with being good or righteous or ascetic or any of those kinds of things. It's just societal positioning. Who's allowed to say I'm humble? Who's allowed to say I'm not? That's just what you're concerned about, which is petty. It's trivial. It's just my opinion. What do you mean by that, to infinity and beyond? What can we even really say about consciousness? Oh, I forgot to summon. Was it going to need it anyways?
In the embrace of messiness.
What's the question gone? Or why don't you explain your reasoning, be real? Do you think humans are analogous to NPCs and AIs? Or do you think we're like biological, organic, sentient beings? Do you think the planet is analogous to a watch? Or do you think it's something more than that? So explain your reasoning. This boss is a pain, I can't lie. But we are going to beat him. It's just a matter of time. That's question begging. why would I consider a God the father of man when I know, as a fact, it's humans that devised the concept of God and then assigned the attribute of it being a father, you know, that very anthropomorphic attribute of being a father. It's us who assign that to God. So give me a reason to think in your circular kind of way of thinking. I'd put it to you like this, right? Any critique of the Jewish God, the God of Abraham, falls on the God of the Christians, falls on the God of the Muslims, right? Whenever we're discussing the Abrahamic God, it goes across the board of the Cerberus, which is the three-headed dog of the Abrahamic faiths. Okay, so whenever critique is being dished out to Christianity, it still applies to Judaism, still applies to Islam. Critique being dished out to Islam applies to Christianity, applies to Judaism, where the primary God figure is concerned, not the individual doctrine of the Arab world or the Hebrew world or the Greek world or the Roman world. The primary Godhead, which would be Yahweh, Adonai, Allah, God, Jesus in the triangle configuration, Hashem, Jehovah. Right? Whenever critical analysis is happening concerning the primary God, it applies to the faiths that follow that primary God. Right? So if the concept of that God entails contradictions, then by default the religions that follow that God, their views also entail contradictions. So it's not a like we get to stand here being Muslims while you critique Christians like, haha, look at Christians. No, like that critique passes on to you too, right? Same vice versa. Hopefully that makes sense. As long as you're subscribing to the same initial God, it applies to you too. So where can one find a non-human being that's capable of changing a mind like that? I mean, yeah, I mean, that's an interesting take to say you can't find God in religion, because religion has very little to do with God anyway. But yeah. But, like, from the point of view of the main conversation that humans invented God, you won't find gods anywhere but within humans anyway. You find them primarily psychologically within humans as abstract concepts, and secondarily through the artifacts that humans express their concepts in, right? Being that carvings, books, cloth, clothing, rituals, right? Language. This is humans expressing their internal world externally. But as so far as the gods existing as independent entities, there is nothing to point to. This is why people like look for a scapegoat type of argument of saying, oh, the whole universe is proof of God, because you can't prove the entity exists in any capacity, and it seems to be an unfalsifiable claim to go deeper into it. But the universe isn't a proof of your God, right? Just like humans aren't a proof of your God. The humans are the ones creating the God and then claiming the universe as proof for it. Alright then. Should probably lock in more into the game, right? Nah, I don't believe in that Taoism. I don't even know everything that entails, to be honest. Not well studied on it. I know some bits about it, but I wouldn't say it's part. I wouldn't even say it's part of the same kind of tradition of religion as what we're discussing. That's more like a cultural expression or philosophy. I didn't say humans are the only ones that believe in God, but I ain't got no other point of reference for God beliefs than humans, other than humans. Oh, wrong button. We did. Didn't even get out of the corner of the room. Oh my gosh. Sure, I'll listen to a transcendental argument. I can't prove that humans invented God. Right, so what kind of proof would you like to see then? Let's establish the parameters and the criteria of proof that you want. Then we can begin there. No, not every society grew with gods. Right? If you actually go to study, like, basically, as I said earlier on, what are the three background fields of study that allowed me to make a conclusion like humans invented God? Archaeology, study of artifacts; anthropology, study of humans, human culture, human history; and cognitive science, study of human minds. Knowing that, we know that not every society that's came about based on gods. Right? Gods is something that were added to societies after the fact, after we've, well, at least gods as we understand them now, after we've established the basics of survival all the way up until agriculture. That's when God talks of society start to come about, but they come about primarily through humans as tools for humans to use, not as existing prior to humans. Okay? But not every society has a god, like, at least not in the way that you understand a god. Yeah, goats. So, trees. What's the difference between trees and apples and gods? Just give me one primary difference between trees and apples and gods. So, what do you mean by natural forces? Are you saying you're deifying natural forces into gods? Or are you saying the gods themselves are the natural forces? Because one of those statements is supportable, the other isn't. Because somewhere, for someone, Garrett, it is the last days. Right? Human life is limited. So technically, a human life is always in an apocalyptic zone. Because it must end. So for somebody right now, like just then, and again, that was someone's last moment. So that's why people are always saying it's the last days. But as in terms of like a broader apocalyptic picture, there will never be a last days like that. The planet could end, but it's not going to be that way. Yeah, so exactly. So you see what the goat bro is doing? He's pointing to exactly part of my hypothesis. The first phase of God creation throughout human history is assigning agency to elemental features of the planet and celestial bodies. Elemental features being earth, wind, water, and fire, right? And combinations of those in natural forces like hurricanes, earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanoes. Celestial bodies being the sun, moon, and other stars, in forms of those like eclipses, lunar eclipses, solar eclipses, comets, like asteroids. Okay. Humans, our ancestors, assigned agency to those experiences of those events, those like natural occurrences. That's where you get storm gods from, water gods from, fire gods from, earth gods from, sun gods from, moon gods from. It's from that first phase of God creation done by our ancestors. The how, the cognitive theory that supports the how we did it, is called hyperactive agency detection device, a built-in survival mechanism that humans still possess to this day. But as so far as the sun actually being an entity with agency, who can prove that? As far as the wind being an actual entity with agency, who could prove that? Fire, water, earth, etc. You can't prove that they are acting on their own accord. So to say that they are actually gods is really just a human perspective on it, which again goes back to that same first phase of assigning agency to things. Anyway, this fight is starting to annoy me. I wanna enjoy the game, and we've not had any real game enjoyment. Just boss fight after boss fight. Might go back to Dark Souls 3 for the rest of the day. No. What do you mean by the firmament? If it's like the basic thing that's thrown out based on some Bible teaching, then I have no reason to think that's real. But what do you actually mean by it when you say it? Well, that's your personal interpretation of a god, right? And that's fine, right? But You must know that that's your interpretation of nature. Just like a pantheist would say that God is the universe and all things encompassing. You know, that's just your personal view. But it doesn't mean the universe itself is a God, or Earth, or any element for that matter. Don't try pose after attack. How dare you? He don't give you breathing room, man. Can't even get a drink in.
In the embrace of mesmerism.
Well, isn't Artemis 2 orbiting the Earth right now to go to space? To go to the moon, sorry. No, Asadullah, that's not what atheism is. Atheism doesn't come with a pre-packaged ideology or school of thought. Atheism is simply the disbelief in gods or gods. Right? So the moment that humans invented God, they invented atheism right beside it, because it's the negation of the belief in said God. So since the invention of gods, every person that's been born on the planet was born an atheist. You only stop being an atheist and become a theist the minute you start to believe in a God. If you don't have a knowledge of a God, you cannot believe in it. Okay. So again, if you want to read like a book that kind of attacks atheism, right, from various different angles to give you a better understanding of there's variants of atheism, there's a book called 7 Types of Atheism that you can read. Right? And that guy holds like various, like not salacious but harsh views on atheism, but at least he approaches it from an academic point of view. Whereas the average person running around just has pure misconceptions of what atheism is. But primarily, atheism is just a disbelief in gods or God or gods. You can take that disbelief and you can stack it with Islam. You can take that disbelief and you can stack it with Christianity. You can stack it with Gnosticism. You can stack it with Judaism or Buddhism or Taoism, whatever, right? Atheism is just a disbelief in God or gods. So you could, for instance, be a Christian and disbelieve in any other God that exists, which you do, right? You can disbelieve in Freya, Thor, Brigid, Ra, Elohim, which you really shouldn't if you're a Christian. You should believe in Elohim. But the disbelief in God or gods is primarily what atheism is. If you look at that as the center point, right? On the two ends of that, on the far right and the far left, you've got hard atheism that says there isn't a God, there never was a God, and there never will be a God. And on the far left of atheism, you say, I'm agnostic to the possibilities of there being entities out there, but I'm not convinced of the entities that have been presented to me. Right? But the center point of atheism is literally just the disbelief in God or gods. The book is called 7 Types of Atheism. I can't remember who wrote it, but it's at least a more academic approach. Even though, like, I'm still reading it, but while reading with it, I'm writing to argue against it while reading it. But at least he's more thorough with his views and he supports them through actual people, through history. No, Christians believe everything came from nothing. Jews believe everything came from nothing. Muslims believe everything came from nothing. Ancient Mesopotamians and Sumerians believe everything came from nothing. To believe in the creation of a story is to believe something can come from nothing. In Latin known as creatio ex nihilo. I'll put it on the screen for you. Someone like me would never say something can come from nothing, because the idea of nothing is just a linguistic term designed to point to the negation of specific things. So if I told you, go to the cupboard, get me a can of tuna, and you come back and report to me that there's nothing in the cupboard, it literally means what you went to look for you couldn't find. But there was stuff in the cupboard. The cupboard itself is something. The particles and the atoms that inhabit the cupboard are something. The quarks and etc. are something. Right? So on a quantum level, there is always something. And on a galactic level, there's always something. Whether you get all the way down to fields or you just stay at particles, there is always something. So it's only religious people that believe something can come from nothing. Right? explainer is on the screen. I'll read it for those of you on the Vertical YouTube channel. So, creatio ex nihilo, Latin for creation out of nothing, is a foundational Christian doctrine that God created the universe, including all matter, energy, and time and space, from absolute nothingness, rather than shaping pre-existing material. It affirms God's total independence, sovereignty, and his role as the ultimate originator, distinguishing him from the creation. So to believe in a creationist myth that God just produced or spoke the world into existence is to believe that something can come from nothing. Okay? Hopefully that helps clarify that for you. So next time you see a religious person running around projecting their views onto other people, you will know that's exactly what they're doing. Just projecting their views onto other people because they haven't actually studied their own religion. Oh, milk lake, that sounds dope. Sounds like it might smell though. Sounds like it might smell. M1, you are funny, bro. I'm trying not to acknowledge all of these little terms you're throwing out, but they're getting more funny. So when you say the truth, what do you mean by that? Like, what are you actually pointing to? Exactly, right? That's exactly what we're asking you, right? When you say that an immaterial spirit produces a physical material reality, how does that happen? What are the mechanisms in which an immaterial spirit, e.g. a god, produces a physical material reality? Right? Where's he getting the matter from? Like, what's he doing? Okay, you can see that the creationist stories don't match up with what we currently understand from science's current explanatory power. Okay, you can also see that the creationist stories don't match up because they're based on the current the limitations of knowledge that the people had during the time when they wrote it. For instance, a god speaking something into existence. How does one speak and make sound resonate the air, right? When there's no air to vibrate and speak. These kinds of things weren't in consideration because they didn't have the scientific understanding of what sound is and how it works. Right? Things like that don't make any sense in terms of a reality. But if you look at a creationist story from allegory or metaphor, then it makes sense from like a hermeneutics interpretation. But it's never supposed to be taken literally because it doesn't match up with reality. Right, just like producing men and women from dust, that's a Jewish golem spell. Okay, is that how humans come about? No, but if you wanted to be fancy and say, well, everything is technically space dust, yes, including the planet, including me, and including you, but the part in which a god shapes it and then breathes life into it, that doesn't match reality. And the idea of pairing life and spirit with air, the act of breathing things into existence, or breathing and air itself being life-given, is something that humans conceptualized before they had scientific understanding. Hence why a lot of old theologies attached the spirit with air and wind and life with air and wind, right? Because they didn't have the understanding. But anyways, right? Yeah, whatever that was. So, and people aren't atheists because of science. That's silly, bro. There are plenty of religious people who are scientists, right? Science-minded, right, if you will. Science doesn't create atheists, bro. Like, religion and science aren't even in competition. They're not the same fields. Theology and science aren't, like, opposites. It's very, like, simplistic-minded people who try to create that because they're unwilling to learn. They're unwilling to educate themselves on things, so they'd like to create an opposition. Right? But science and religion are not opposed to each other. Since humans have existed, scientific processes have existed. So, science doesn't create atheists. What creates atheists is creating gods. In simple terms. To be fair, we could. Oh, anyways, that's another conversation. Let's give this a try. Yeah, they love a bit of epi, don't they? But again, like some of these people, you can't really blame them because they don't have that critical filter to like understand the type. But you know the Garfield meme, "You are not immune to propaganda." They're not aware of that, so that's why they get trapped in like these salacious news cycles and just constantly obsess about it for however long that period or cycle of news propaganda is in their sight. Basically, that's why they're like that. They're just cooked, basically. But it's not too late for them. Anyone can learn if they want to. Man cooked me and started speaking. Gee whiz. Let's go back to playing Dark Souls 3, man. I've had enough of this getting beaten up stuff. So this weekend, or the last weekend I just passed, I actually started back playing my PS2 again. But I can't find, well, it's not that I can't find, it's that I haven't purchased one of those things that can get it to go to HDMI, so we can stream it. I started playing Outbreak 2 again. Yeah, it's Outbreak 2, yeah. No, Outbreak 1. It's really, really fun stuff. But yeah. Main topic is humans invented God. Alright, so who said that? Jay, give me a reason to think Anunnaki are real and I should think anything about them other than them being a fictional story. Atheism isn't a behaviour, that's what you continuously demonstrate your ignorance. Asadullah, continually just demonstrating your own ignorance. Like, what are you talking about? I could go on for hours, I bet you can. I've noticed. Alright, be right back. I want to get a snack. Actually, I probably should just eat some real food. This is no good. It's the other problem with streaming. It's really unhealthy. It's psychologically unhealthy and physically unhealthy. Unless like you pre-prepare dishes, like schedule breaks, try not to talk to religious crazies. Then it could be fun, but obviously that's not my predicament. I'm joking. I appreciate it, Garrett, man. Enjoy the day. I really want to get a new build for this character too. Justin Barrett is one of the sources for the hypothesis that I've given you. What you're referring to is the Justin Barrett Oxford study about children. That really doesn't lead to the existence of God, bro. It's wholly misinterpreted, in my opinion, anyways. But yes, his theory about hyperactive agency detection is part of the reason we know humans have invented gods. Right. You don't know me, bro. You don't know me, son. No, they're not born believing in God. That's the misinterpretation, okay? No one can be born believing in something they don't have knowledge of. I never told you there's absolutely no gods. I'm telling you humans invented gods. So from that stance, gods exist, but only in the minds of humans. What are you talking about, bro? You guys are so dopey. That's why you're the easiest to submit to everything. Your culture is literally about submitting. So dopey, man. That's not all Muslims, respectfully. Intellectual Muslims, they are really good. They know their shit. But the average Muslim, average Christian, average Jew, dopey as fuck. Excuse my French. But to say something like that is clear, given it any kind of consideration. But hey, it's not my job to tell you that. Right. Granite. So, with all due respect, I didn't mean that to be insulting, but it is a scathing critique because of the types of people I interact with. Who said that? Finish, right? Why don't you explain to us your understanding of what morality is, and then we'll see if your morality is actually based on a fiction or not. Oh, maybe I misinterpreted what you said, Finny Irish. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. Why should I think anything invented the universe? What are you talking about? Atheism doesn't need to account for anything. It's literally just a conclusion of not believing in God or gods. Theism doesn't account for those things that you mentioned either. The idea of divinity is something cooked up by humans. It's not something discovered in nature. I don't know what you're even talking about, bro. Alright. Everyone's leveled up a bit. Yeah, my bad, Finn. I realised when I reread it. I thought you was trying to say something else. I mean, if that's what you took from the conversation, then I guess nothing created the universe. Well, actually, in a semantic sense, yes, nothing created the universe. Because if you're applying it in the sense that the negation of a mind, yes, no mind created the universe. The universe unfolded naturally, or is still unfolded naturally. So no one created it, if that makes sense. There's no... So, in simple terms, when you say something is natural, that means there is no intervention happening. Usually pertaining to humans, in this case, God's included. Now, how do you know God loves me? Are you sure it's not just that you love me, you're just scared to be all upfront about it? You just want to tell me you like me. So you're using God and Jesus as a cover. You sure that's not the case? No, I'll just play it. But yeah, that's a... It's just weird, like, Christian rhetoric type of stuff. Alright, give me a reason to think souls exist. Define a soul and tell me why I should think it exists. I'm not trolling with the topic. Sleeves, what gives you the inclination that I'm trolling? I might troll in between the serious bits, but the topic itself is not a troll. Yeah, Dark Souls is just a game, right? We're talking about actual souls in the real world outside of the fantasy world. Well, if it's possible for souls to exist outside of the fantasy world, I need to understand what you mean when you're using the word, though. Alright, how are we going to approach this? Let's run through this. It'd be nice if we could kill him, but I don't think we can. At least not from here. So, well, first of all, I'm not your gang. And second of all, how does it not make sense? I'm neither a criminal or a brickie, so I'm not in your gang. But that's fake, yeah. I'm not the type of animal that hangs around in gangs either. So what do you mean? Ugh, you better not have a plan for me. I didn't give him consent. That's disgusting. Tell him I said keep his plans to himself. Can't just go around claiming to be king of people who don't want you. That's not how that works. Well, it kind of is how that works. But, I mean, for the sake of the conversation. Nah, I don't think we live in a simulation. I don't rule it out as a, like, it's a possibility, but I ain't got a good reason to think that's the case. What would be the reasons for it? So what is the fairy tale world I'm living in? Will I get a happy ending? Will I get the girl and slay the dragon? Or is that just a male power fantasy? What kind of fairy tale? What will it be? Will it be the gingerbread man? Will it be Humpty Dumpty? Will it be Shrek, perhaps? A little bit of Aladdin? Some Hercules? What will it be? Will it be the Sorcerer's Apprentice? Would it be Christianity? So that happily ever after. Oh, he just ascended into heaven with his father. He'll come back though, don't worry. So we can get a part 2 rolling off potentially. What kind of fairy tale? Please tell. Do tell. He flew into the clouds. Some nice, neat little ribbon on that, innit? It's like, now let's get to these revelations. I'm joking. Yeah, because they didn't have Rogaine back then, did they? Didn't have that, was that Doxamil or something like that? Amoxidil? Something like that. Didn't have that root grow shit back then. So God was like, man, I'm just gonna give you these chemical tables and stuff like that. Just gonna send bears to eat kids because they called the gang bald. It's like, that solves that. That takes care of that. Damn, God must have been having a bad hair day that day. He felt that shit. It's like, how dare they? My boldness expressed through my prophet. Seize them. I'm joking. That is kind of wild though. Like that story, whole story, is kind of wild. It's like, I just feel that was a little bit of overkill, God, maybe. M1, like you realise this whole time you literally just been spinning out how your mind works, right? It's funny, but not for the reasons you think it's funny. Oh shit. Why can't this guy parry the right way? To me, that would have counted as a parry. Apparently not. See? That's a parry. Just wasting my time. Could be my shield type, possibly. It has parry, but it just doesn't work. Attack at the right time to follow up with critical. It might just be the way parries are set up in Dark Souls. They have to be timed right before they hit. No. I think I'll pass on that, Jonah. Yeah, I will try though before I go to sleep. Just closing my eyes. I appreciate it, man. What are you talking about, Kays? As you sit here using technology that you yourself couldn't invent or come up with, yet things like knowledge are too advanced for humans to grasp. What are you talking about? Who's we? I don't know you. Depart from me, and they thee not. So what do you mean? Who, me? I don't know. I'm alive. I can tell you what happens after we die. But if what we understand death to be is in fact the cessation of all bodily functions, and then you subscribe to maybe a physicalist view that the mind is an emergent property of the brain, then I guess you have no ability to experience anything after death, so it really wouldn't matter. Because humans invented it, Nasinio. It doesn't actually exist in the capacity that humans report it. In fact, all known gods are psychological constructs that do not exist independently of the mind. Someone has to devise a concept of God and impart it to you in order for you to be able to interact with it. Or you yourself have to devise a concept of God. You don't go out into nature and discover gods. Gods are what's called unsaturated concepts for the most part. Now I might be a little bit off on that one. It's been a while since I read about it. But yeah, gods are, in simpler terms, abstract concepts. Yeah. So, that being said, an abstract concept that someone else has to impart to me and convince me exists, I've got no good reason to think it existed independently on the person who came up with it. Independently of the person who came up with it and gave it to me. You know? So for those reasons, there's no good reason to believe in gods like that. So VG, you're not equipped for this conversation based on what you just said. You're going to be running into some Terrence Howard walls. Anyways. Oh my god, why does every basic theist think that they're the same as atheists or people who've actually studied the stuff? I was like you, no you weren't. Not at any point, you have the potential possibly, but not at any point would you like me, bro. Please. And that's not an egotistical thing, that's just a reality thing. We are two different people. You know, it's like that Peter Parker meme Norman Osborn. You know, Peter. Somewhat of a scientist myself. No, you're not. Like, go away. So, you know, Peter. Somewhat of an atheist myself. Next thing is, until I found the love of Jesus. So that tells me a couple things. That you haven't even researched your own religions that you now subscribe to. You probably never did. Probably was never an actual atheist. And not to be like, oh, no true Scotsman fallacy about it, but it says a lot more about you than you think. And that puts us in two different like categories of people. Anyways, all of that to say, oh, you weren't like me. What are you talking about? Oh, I thought you went. I mean, it's an interesting quote. Who said it, bro? Don't know who said that. But what's described as death anxiety plays a huge part in supernatural beliefs, religious beliefs as well. Plays a huge part in it. The fear of the unknown, right? The last frontier to conquer was not really, but the most desperate one to conquer is. The theory of gods. That's you again assuming that gods exist as independent entities or agents. There's no reason to think they do. If there's all the evidence supporting them coming from the minds of humans, why should we think they exist independently of the minds of humans? Without going into like esoteric views of like egregores and stuff like that. Oh, I forgot about this. Well. What did he say? Did he pass on any prophetic words for this Sunday? He perhaps give you some lottery numbers, or give you some new scientific information, some technology, cure for a disease or something, piece of knowledge that mankind's looking for, solve a equation that's been shown. Did he give you anything useless or useful? Sorry, when you spoke to him, or you just bullshitting? Ooh, uncooked. Yep, not yet, boy. Jank boil. I think we come about from natural processes. I don't think we're made in the sense that there's a mind that made humans or anything. It's not, like, again, it's not impossible. It's quite possible that something made humans. It's even possible that something made humans that isn't a god. That's also possible. But so, like, currently, I've got no reason to think that's the case. Just out, at least within our actual reality. If we're talking like fantasy or fiction or just like speculation, coming up with ideas and stuff, interesting ideas, then yeah, we can come up with like a cooler origin story than God's invented humans if we wanted to. But as for reality, there's no reason to think that. Whose name is that? Whose name is Mossad Agent? Crazy. Said you should fight the dancer. Who's the dancer? Oh, the big J man. You might be talking about Joker from Batman, right? That guy? Mr. J? You're talking about the other J man. Michael Jordan. Of course. Other J man, good, didn't he? Yeah. So why did someone just push his arm back into his socket? Right, that's the kind of stupid shit that people actually buy. Right, not all people. Like again, when I have these make these sweeping statements, I'm obviously not accounting for all people, but the fact that I have to make that caveat is like more of a critique on the society we live in currently. But no, obviously not all religious people are stupid. But people who walk around saying stuff like what that guy's just said in the chat about a guy whose arm was dislocated for 7 years is clearly stupid. It's clearly stupid. But yeah, no, I'm not saying all religious people are stupid. No, but there is a I think it's called an adverse correlation between religion and intelligence. Like, the more religious you are, it's less likely that you're well educated. But that has nothing to do with this. Why don't they just put the guy's arm back into his shoulder, call it a day? Maybe that's what actually happened. Yeah, I have substantiated the claim plenty of times, so, but a lot of people switch off when I start walking through the boring details of it. They want a salacious argument to feel like they actually have somewhere to stand with their belief. But yes, it's an explanatory claim, and I support it with evidence. I just lost the flame, I lost the ember chatting to you. If you stick around long enough, Mr. Blindside, you'll learn all the information there is surrounding the claim. I've lost Ember now, there's no point playing. Huh? I don't know, you tell me, bro. No, the atheistic view isn't a claim. Right? It's literally a disbelief in God or gods. Atheism as a definition is literally just that, a disbelief in God or gods. That doesn't come with a pre-packaged doctrine, a set of evidences, any like positive claims at all. It's literally just a position of not being convinced of something. Now, you can push atheism into a state where it's making positive claims, like there is no God, there never was a God. Right? That's a different kind of thing. It's more like hard atheism. Okay? But yes, at that point, it would definitely be on you to support your atheist claim if you're making a positive claim that there are no gods, there never were gods. Okay? So from that point of view, yes. But as like a default view on atheism, it's literally just a disbelief in gods. Gods are being presented, or gods are being conceptualized, and you are not believing in those gods. So that's where you fall into the category of atheist. That's all that is. It's not that deep. But yes, you'd be right in concluding that I'm making a positive claim that humans invented gods, because I am. And that claim could be made outside of an atheist position anyway. Okay. But yeah, just so happens that I don't believe in any of the gods that humans invented as well. So through your cognitive faculties and testing, real world testing, so like comparison, tuxing. I think some people might call it reality testing. I might be wrong about that. But that's how you can know something. think that would be the field of epistemology. But I'm not a philosopher, not a real doctor. Get found there? What do you mean? I know where to go, bro. I've completed the game. Now, it's been a while since I played the whole game through again, but... Well, actually, to be fair, you might actually know something I don't know, so let me not bark at you. But I know there's stuff down there, if that's what you're saying. Was it that guy that killed me? No. I don't know which one you're referring to as the dancer. I don't look at the names of the enemies, I just fight them. I don't think anyone invented humans. Now, we invented the concept of human, we invented the concept of personhood. We definitely did. On the individual scale, we all invented our view or our ego, our mind's perception of who we are on an individual level. But as like a race or a species of animals, there's no evidence to say there was a mind that invented us. But it's not impossible, it's possible. So in terms of the fields of information that I would draw from for evidence would be archaeology, artifacts left behind by humans, anthropology, the study of human cultures, human religions, human relations and societal standards, and cognitive science, the study of the mind and the brain, how it works, how it functions, why we do what we do. They're the three fields of study I would pull information from to make an inductive case that humans invented God, which is what I do at different points in the stream. If I constantly just keep doing it, it stops being an like part entertainment, part education. It just goes purely education. It's not fun because I'm not a teacher. But that's where I pull it from. Nope, we don't know what's out there in the universe. To be fair, it's what's called an anthropocentric point of view to say that we're intelligent anyways. Intelligent compared to what? You know? So there's that. Who's to say? As it looks in our lifetime, we seem to be the apex predator of the planet, but we can easily be taken out by a virus, you know, or bacteria. So there's that. Kind of wild when you think about it, huh? Eat some bad food and you're cooked. So much for apex predator. So oh no! Chatting too much. Nope, because if you can't explain it, then how do you know it actually occurred in the way you're saying it did? In fact, to be a bit of a dick, how can you even trust your senses about anything? But anyways. And in terms of like not being able to explain something, just because you can't explain a specific thing, it doesn't point to something out in this world or supernatural. There's a saying that any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. So just because you can't explain how a phone functions, it doesn't mean it's a black mirror and a portal to the other side of the spiritual world. That's just another side point. Anyways. And He-Man, I ain't heard that in ages. Big up He-Man, big up Skeletor. Expand on what? So like maybe this, I don't know, this is a good analogy, but say you're someone who thinks of dreams as something supernatural or something spiritual. You say your dreams are unexplainable to you, but then someone points out, oh, like you haven't studied cognitive science, like brain states and waves, REM sleep, and all these kinds of things. So to you, you're currently mystifying something that's well defined and understood. That may not be the best example of it, but yeah, just because you as an individual can't explain it doesn't make it supernatural or magical. So there's no reason to take that as proofs of supernatural or magical things. Perhaps you just haven't looked or researched enough into the natural world first. That's all I'm saying. Alright, anyways. No, what are you talking about? The Shroud of Turin wasn't even created during the period where Jesus supposedly existed. It's believed to be a work of art, not an actual religious artifact. I don't know what you're talking about, son. Probably listening to too many idiot podcasts. Yeah, deja vu is something that's accounted for in psychology as well, in neuroscience. Deja vu is thought to be an epileptic fit, a frontal lobe fit. So that creates like a schism or a lapse in your perception of reality. Another thing that helps with the view of deja vu is how repetitive human cycles are, human lives are. So a lot of an example of this, you've existed on Earth for however many years you've existed. Let's just put out an arbitrary number. You've existed for 20 years. Over your 20 years of life, you cannot remember every single day that you've lived. Do you know why? You forget most of the days of your life, just like you forget most of the days of the week, because nothing significant happens during that period that deviates from your normal pattern, that marks that day with any significance to your short-term and your long-term memory bank. But being that humans function in that way, when you have that, I think it's a frontal lobe fit, which brings on the experience of deja vu, your mind matches its environment to past memories. Right? That's an explanation of what deja vu actually is. Right? But it's still possible that you might interpret your experience of deja vu as something that's considered a premonition. But as so far as explaining it in naturalistic means, that is what a deja vu is. I think it's not an epileptic fit, but it's a fit of the frontal lobe or something like that. But anyway, you can look out for yourself, right? But yeah, that biochemical thing is happening to you in your body, right? And then the experience of your mind, of your past memories, you're matching to the event. So like I just said, okay, it may just be that you haven't looked into something. Now, I'm not saying everything I've just said is 100% on the money. The problem is with things like psychology, a lot of experiments are considered inconclusive because of the realm that you're dealing with is minds. But so far as the biological side goes, I think that's actually quite studied. Seizure I think is the right word, a frontal lobe seizure or something like that. Yeah, go figure out. Let's stop messing about around here. Let's go to the main part. I do get my points back, but I'm not going to get them at this rate. Mr. Harper. Oh, snap. Chinned it. No, I've been thinking, like, I've been having a little bit of nostalgia to playing 1 again as well. I never played the original 1, only the remake. But 1 does have, like, I don't know, kind of like an uncanny nostalgia. But this isn't too bad either. 2 is pretty damn good. Right? I was just on the PS3 version of it. It's pretty good. It's overhated, I think. Yeah, it does. It does have a certain vibe to it. It does. Again, I'm referencing the remake, to be fair. Oi. And saying that, right, I think in all of them there's still boss fights I haven't done, like the non-mandatory boss fights. In this one, I've seen people fight bosses that I don't remember fighting, so I think there's still areas I haven't actually seen yet, even though this is linear. The Dark Souls are more linear, but there still seem to be places that you can miss. Humans made it up, jury saved. Should I just decide to believe in things that humans make up? I think a certain level of convincing needs to take place first. Oh wait, there's a boss in that room. I thought it was just going to be a fire, like a fire there. I forget there's a boss in there. It's going to make going back here really long. Is there fire in that room? Let's just give it a shot. Yeah, so most people who like reference the Big Bang in like a theological context are unaware that there are different models for the Big Bang. The most popular version of that Big Bang story is the singularity of everything expanding out of a hot, dense state. But there are other models like the ekpyrotic model or the cyclical model of the universe, which is described as a big bounce and a big crunch. So continuously exploding and contracting and exploding and contracting in phases. There are even more models of the Big Bang than that, but they're the most two popular ones. But to think, like, for instance, if you're referencing the Big Bang from like a classic point of view, the Big Bang doesn't even talk about the beginning of time and all things anyway. It's just talking about specific observational or calculation based on cosmic background microwave rates or something like that. Yeah. So the Big Bang from a singularity point of view doesn't talk about T0, like the beginning of all things. It doesn't say anything about that. No, I'm not really a debate type of guy. Yeah, but then the actual problem that other people have is this. They'll be like, yeah, if the Big Bang is the beginning of space, time and matter, then what was before that? That's not a coherent question to ask. What can be before space, time and matter? Nothing can. Or simultaneous to, it would have to be. So if that thing is simultaneous to the Big Bang, then that means it too has a beginning. Then it's also bound by space, time and matter. That's the problem. And again, if something exists before space, time and matter, which it can't. It's incoherent. Right? It wouldn't be able to create. It would just be in like an isolated space, a vacuum, or void of some kind. But the minute it moves, the minute it interacts with space-time and matter, then it is also subject to space-time and matter. Well, not necessarily matter, but space-time, certainly. Oh, I'm using a frost sword, aren't I? Damn it. Stamina takes so long to rebuild. Oh, that was a lot easier than the first one. Yeah, so there's no reason to think that. That's what I'm trying to say. If you're like arguing for God starting the Big Bang, there's no good reason to think that. You'd have to be really specific in the way you're describing it. You're thinking of it like I don't know, maybe like some Kamehameha or igniting dynamite or something like that. I don't think that's how the Big Bang is described. Oh, we can't level up here anyways. So consider coming to my main channel, Jay. It's Culture Crack. On that channel there's plenty of videos discussing things that have nothing to do with gaming. I'm mostly just a bit ADHD, so I like to play games and do like stack tasks at the same time. So I deliver value and get value myself. Oh, annoying. Again, what are the parameters you're using to define truth, or to establish a truth? What band are you talking about? Irony is like the idea of truth matters to the system that you're using. Okay, not to be like, in a very like simplistic common man understanding would be there are subjective truths that only pertain to your personal private experience, and there are objective truths that exist independently of you, but it's more complex and even deeper than that. So, in terms of just throwing around the word truth, you need to have a certain level of understanding. What are the parameters you're using to establish truth? What is the system we're even discussing? You're talking about formalized processes like mathematics and logic? Are you talking about your personal private experiences? What do you mean? How can we find out the truth when we die, bro? You'll be dead. So how can you find out anything if you're dead? Do you want to explain it? Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Oh, you're talking about in that room? Well, yeah, we'll go in there inevitably, so it's no rush. Oh, that was pretty good. How did he do that? Little back shield bit. That's cool. This guy's gonna be quite dangerous. Oh. I need a better tactic to deal with shields because parry just ain't cutting it through. So give me a reason to think we're spiritual beings. How do you define a spiritual being? What does that entail? Why should I think that's the case? You know? How are you going to find out? This is what I'm saying. Everyone's like functioning on hope and faith. Wouldn't it make more sense to spend the time that you have to try and answer the big questions of life and death while you have the time, rather than put it off and say, actually, I guess I'll just find out when I die? How? If what we understand death to be is the cessation of all bodily functions, then how is one ever going to be able to find anything out? At least maybe we'll establish some groundwork for it and then go and do other things in life. But just to be like, oh, I guess we'll find out when we die. It's like, okay. How? Like, how? Like... Oh yeah, you can do your front kick, innit? I forgot, it's Dark Souls, right? No. It should be a forward. There it is. It's not frequent though. I don't think there's going to be any explainers there. No. They explained it earlier in the tutorial, but I just ran past it. Do it, damn it. That is annoying me. Forward and light attack. There we go. But it's not doing it every time. It's a bit finicky. No, I appreciate it, bro. I don't think we're created in that kind of semantic use of it. It's called question begging. Or circle of reasoning. Yeah, this game is brutal, it does punish you. Who asked you to listen to me? You're here because your algorithm brought you here because it thinks you like this type of content, so clearly you have interest in this type of content. So it's you who think you should listen to me, hence you took the time to even comment anything in the first place, and you didn't swipe away.
The wait has been long, unkindled one. I am Emma, High Priestess of Lothric Castle. Allow me to speak frankly. You will not find the Lords of Cinder here. They have left, gone, to their journey homes converging at the base of this castle. Head to the bottom of the high wall. Forge on through the great gate.
Yes, but how does your idea of consciousness coincide with the idea of souls? You could say your mind extends beyond your body in a way. But
What is wrong, unkindled one? Are you not a Lord Seeker? Head to the base of the high wall and seek the Lords of Cinder. Is this not the calling of your kind since ages past?
use your souls. I ain't got nothing to get with that. It's not enough point to do anything. No point.
What is wrong? Are you not a Lord Seeker? Is this not the call?
Oh, why'd you call it a deck collection character? Calendar, what's the history of that? Subhedge. She starts to dance a fight. Not yet. That should be way into the game. Bro, that's way later into the game. Now I know what you're talking about, fam. That's later. We have to get transported there. It's like some catacombs kind of area. That's way late in the game. This is the beginning of the game, bro. Why should I kill her? It's the beginning of the game. She's going around killing NPCs for. Why should I do that? No, I'm not interested in reading the Quran. Religion and religious texts have little to do with the main topic of God's existence. It's little to do with it at all. So, as a believer of God, have you read all religious texts in existence pertaining to the existence of gods? Don't worry, it's just a milkshake. Well, just religious texts in general, to be honest. Because there's plenty of evidence of us doing it. 2:10. There's plenty of evidence of us doing it. Will you read all the texts? Will you read the Bible? Will you read the Torah, the Bhagavad Gita, Tibetan Book of the Dead? Any number of indigenous scriptures and, works out there? Will you read them? Even ones that contradict your religion? Or will you even start by reading a philosophy book or something? I don't think you have. I really don't think you have, but I'll take your nameless, faceless avatar's word for it. At least with me, I'm telling you straight up, your religion and your religious text has little to do with the existence of God. And I have no intention of reading it, because it's not necessary. No, that's not why the calendar's changed. Right? So before the Julian calendar, it was called the Age of Martyrs, I believe. Okay, and then the Julian calendar was introduced, and then through trade and through to try and match up the seasons, they introduced the Gregorian calendar. But yeah, some calendars have more months than others. In fact, currently in the world, there are still countries operating from their indigenous traditional calendar systems. So yeah.
Oh, then the champion of Ash, as I live and breathe.
And yet here you are begging for me to speak to you, and not the other way around. Isn't that
I
interesting?
am Yoel of London, a pilgrim, as you can see, only somehow I failed to die as was ordained. Well, perhaps my calling lies elsewhere. Say, champion of Ash, how does the idea of taking me into your service strike you? I was once a sorcerer. Surely I can be of use. I am honored, truly. I should be dead, yet you have granted me purpose anew. I, Yoel of Londo, do solemnly swear myself to you.
I mean, humans invented God. All known gods are psychological constructs, developed by human minds. In fact, historically, there's never been one universal type of God. There's always been different gods based on the cultural needs that produce them. You should cope more. You shouldn't be interested in anything I have to say from this point on, so why waste your time? Clearly it's you here looking for some truth or some substance, some knowledge, not the other way around. Since you think you know more than me already, why stay? You know everything there is to know, right? So I'll keep it. I don't think it's the same kind of argument, but if you must know, the egg came before the chicken, and the egg came from something that wasn't a chicken. That's how it works. Yeah, but it is cultural needs, right? So when I say humans invented God, it's what's called an explanatory claim. I think that has explanatory success because it explains the how and the why, and in some instances the when and the where. And what background information do we use to substantiate a claim like that? archaeology, artifacts found in the ground, structures found in the ground left behind by humans from civilizations and cultures. Anthropology, the study of human history, human cultures, rituals, and societal standards. And then cognitive science, the study of the brain, how and why we do the things we do. Pull in pieces of evidence from each of those fields, you put together a clear picture of how and why humans have produced different concepts of gods historically. Okay, so when I say produce for cultural needs, the cultural needs of the original inhabitants of the British Isles, being the Brits and the Celtic, produce specific types of gods, e.g. Brigid, goddess of poetry, smithing and healing. The cultural needs of the Israelites in the Levant produce a specific type of god, e.g. Yahweh, god of war and storms. Right? The cultural needs of the Egyptians over there in Northern Africa produce a specific type of god, Ra, sun god, creator god, Horus, etc. The cultural needs of the Greeks produce a specific type of god, Zeus, god of sky, thunder, king of gods. Okay, but when you talk about cultural, right, the configurations are also based on the lands that produce the people. So there are three primary phases in all God creations. Phase 1 is assigning agency to elemental things and celestial things. Elemental things being earth, wind, water, fire, and combinations of those found in acts of nature, hurricanes, tsunamis, volcanoes, thunderstorms. Celestial being heavenly bodies like stars, the sun, the moon, other planets, comets, like extraterrestrial elements basically. First phase being assigning agency to those things, which gives you the grounding of elemental gods like storm gods, gods of fire, gods of, water, etc. Second phase of God creation is abstraction, moving beyond the phase of observation. Abstraction takes place primarily in the mind. So now you start to conceptualize things like love, war, death, magic, creation, destruction, and then you deify these things. Phase 3 being anthropomorphizing, assigning human nature and elements like mirroring our hierarchy with phase 1 and phase 2 God creations. Okay, I can give you a visual aid if that will help you, but each culture has offered a different version of God based on the needs of that culture, and over time these God concepts have evolved with human culture or human societies and civilizations. Okay, simple terms. So yes, God concepts are put forward based on the needs of the culture of that land. For instance, Mesoamerica puts forward a god called Quetzalcoatl, a feathered serpent god of learning, right, and something else, something elemental, and wind. Right, it's very culturally specific, okay? And it can be found civilization to civilization. So yeah, there hasn't been one universal idea of what a god is. The current most popular view of a god in classical theism is an immaterial spirit or a creator, also in philosophy known as the 3O God, omniscient, omnipotent, omnibenevolent. For us to arrive at that understanding of God, gods had to go through an evolutionary trajectory, basically accounting for the first 3 phases that I stated already. Okay. So for instance, the genealogy of the God of the Bible, the God of Abraham, begins as a storm warrior god, becomes a creator god, becomes part of a triune configuration, becomes a monotheistic view. How does it become a monotheistic view? Because it mixes and mingles with what's called Zoroastrianism in the 6th century BCE. So those are things you need to know in order to have an understanding of what gods are, where they come from, why they exist in the capacity they exist now. But it's a lot for most people because they don't actually care to know. They think they already know because apparently they've studied everything there is to know. So yeah, the idea of giving offerings is can be found in ancestral environments of what's called proto religions and proto rituals. So for instance, phase 1 gods, when you're defining elemental gods and celestial gods, those ancestors would have gone around thinking of rituals to appease the god of lightning, the god of the sun, and then as we move from hunting and gathering into agriculture, gods of harvest, stuff like that. Obviously, trying to come up with rituals to appease gods is stupid in modern times, but then again, if you actually look at, for instance, we've got some Islamic people in the chat who have a lot to say apparently. Views of doing something charitable in order to garner favour in an upcoming thing or in your life is the same as doing a ritual to garner favour from a harvest god, or to garner favour from a storm god, right? It's actually the same, just transposed into modern times. Okay, I know that one hurt, right? Yeah, you don't realise who you are, but we know a lot about you, bro. But it's the same thing. Alright. But yeah, those proto-rituals would have been performed by ancestors, right? They just weren't as fleshed out and as, like, you know, fancy and built up as modern rituals are. I don't know what you're trying to say there, right? In terms of religions come about after we reach that third phase of God creation and we're fully into civilization. And at that point, religion stop being about the existence of supernatural entities and start being more about societal cohesion. No, belief is just simply in the mind. It's poetic to use like the word heart. That's like old English kind of speak. But again, all of these things take place psychologically. For instance, outside of a religious context, you have to make use of the vocabulary or the word belief and faith when using reasoning from like a cognitive function space, just philosophically speaking. Beliefs and faiths are necessary in the process of reasoning because you need to be able to hold information and trust that it works. But in the context of religion, belief is to accept something without proof, is to trust in something that's unseen, unfortunately, right? But in reality, it doesn't mean much of anything. Okay? But yeah, if the conversation devolves into, well, this is about belief, then you know what you're dealing with, right? As I said, my main position is this: all known gods are psychological constructs and do not exist independently of the mind. If your god requires belief, imagination, or faith to interact with, then it's functionally not real. Right? These things are taking place primarily in your mind, okay? Or functionally non-existent is another way to say it. So yeah, if the conversation just devolves into, well, this is just about beliefs and faiths, then you know what you're dealing with, right? You're not discussing reality. But beliefs and faith doesn't have to be where the conversation goes. Beliefs and faith becomes a redundant conversation because of religion. That's where it happens. But the conversation doesn't have to surround belief and faith. You could be trying to approach it from a rationalist point of view or an empiricist point of view. But religion just is what's called a thought stopper. So it gets in the way of a more, useful conversation. No, I'm not just speaking about physical things. In fact, the conversation is a metaphysical conversation. But so far as you thinking supernatural spirits and entities exist, that remains to be seen. That is currently just a belief that you hold. So it's purely psychological. No. Don't make the mistake of like blending categories of immaterial things. Maths and logic are immaterial things. God is also an immaterial thing. Right? They're both abstract concepts, but maths and logic are categorically different to gods and ghosts. Right? They're both immaterial, but they're not the same category of immaterial things. Does that make sense? So people like to blur the lines so they can pull off really stupid things. Okay. Wait, why are we listening to you again? Like, what do you even want here? Bro, you don't get to talk to me, bro. address me by my name. Who are you? You don't even have a name. Who are you? Get the fuck out of here. You can't test the existence of spirits. So let's just think first principles about this. How do we define what spirit is first? And then what kind of experiment can we set up to test the existence of it? What are you talking about? So Santa Claus is a mind constructed character. But you can tell stories about Santa Claus to children and have children believe that Santa Claus is in fact a real person. So your thinking is skewed there. Right? Just like, there were people who back in the day watched Dragon Ball Z and thought if they screamed loud enough and flexed loud enough that they might turn into Super Saiyans. Right? So the idea of a Super Saiyan is completely conceptual, it's abstract. But when you try to bring it into reality, you're talking about a belief you hold about an abstract thing. Yeah. No, it's totally fun. Your beliefs really don't matter. Like outside of like using belief in terms of being able to reason, your like beliefs about abstract things don't matter outside of your own mind. Yeah, Shadow Virtue is hard. I appreciate you putting that like whenever you did hit it, it's stuck on the screen. Yeah, so what are the supernatural things? Are they unexplained because you lack an understanding of the natural world, or are they unexplained because no one is able to explain them? There's a very clear difference in that. Like I said earlier on, there's a saying that goes, any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Does that mean the sufficiently advanced technology is unexplainable? No, because the person that invented it can explain it. But the person experiencing it, being the person that didn't invent it, cannot explain it. No. What does eyewitness have to do with anything? You talking to me? Or are you talking to Goat Man? Well, they may have had proto-ideas of minds that exist outside of theirs, but to be able to say with any certainty, I don't think I can. Just like I can't say with any certainty that your mind works in the same way as my mind works. But if we go and look at artifacts that cavemen left behind, then yeah, they may have been thinking of some supernatural things. For instance, there's a statue called the Lion Man figurine that I could put up on the screen that's thought to be around 35,000 to 40,000 BCE. It's obviously not a human figurine. So it's either they conceptualized a Lion Man, right, or they actually saw a Lion Man and tried to recreate it. So in terms of what cavemen were thinking, I don't think anyone can really say. You can only talk about what they left behind to find. Oh, dead. Damn. That's exactly what I've been trying to explain to these people at OS, but they do it on purpose. They blur these lines because they don't want to face up to their own contradictions, their own like delusion essentially. So they try to make it seem like this thing is the same as that thing. No, it's not in any way. mean, if you don't get what I'm saying, just ask me to clarify. Because through the act of trying to simplify something, you may just take off and start talking about something completely different than what we're actually talking about. So there's this thing, and I say this with respect, like something for you to consider when you interact with other people. But a lot of people don't actually have the capacity to hear what it is you're saying. They hear what they think you're saying. Right? Instead of asking for clarity, right, or asking someone to explicate on what they are saying, they hear the exact words coming out of your mouth, but their mind converts it to something completely different, something that's understandable to them. Now, depending on the level of background information they already have, or their own experience intellectually, what they convert what you're saying into may be absolute gibberish compared to what you actually said. So you've got to know the difference. Like, I'm not saying you are, but for your own edification, take that away and understand when you interact with people in reality, they might actually be idiots. So they're hearing what you're saying, but it's converting into something different. Okay? So if you think about saying, I'm simplifying, you're trying to simplify what I'm saying, but you're not actually capturing the essence of the words I'm using, then what you're doing is building yourself a straw man to have a conversation with, and not actually have a conversation with me. Right? Hopefully that makes sense. But that's not an attack on you. That's something you should take out into the real world and consider. So that's why they sometimes say it's best to just be quiet, or just to say nothing, because it would just be lost in translation anyway. So you can't be sure. But since it's the internet and I'm just speaking to a chat, I don't know if you're a real person anyway. It could just be a bot. So why not say it? But anyways, I'm kind of bored now. So we're gonna go. But yeah, really consider that. People ain't hearing what you're saying. They're hearing what they think you're saying. And you can never be too sure about people's capacity to think in the first place. So, gotta love you and leave you with some gas.